Hey guys, what's going on? It's Eli back with another review video, and with me, one of my frequent review collaborators, one of my bros, Anchorman.
Hello.
Yes, so that's right guys, you read the title. Me and Anchorman, we're continuing on with reviewing Star Wars, the Clone Wars, yes. So now, we've come up to the fourth season. We're about halfway there. Yeah, and on the contrary, because at the time of Clone Wars, little did we realize that there would be 2 more seasons left, and technically 3, because when we thought at first that after season 5 was finished, that was it. Nope, because the following year we had season 6, and at the time, that was that. But fast forward, and season 7 happened, but yeah. Until we get to those seasons, but yeah. So, the aftermath of what happened all throughout season 3 was brilliant. Definitely by the 3rd season, it managed to really make a huge mark, and where it reached to its audience and all that. And, you know, not to say that again, that seasons 1 and 2 were bad. They had some really good episodes. And as I also said, where the first 2 seasons, you know, had a bit of a rocky start, you know, and with the first season, and with that, the Clone Wars movie, but still, you know. But with what season 3 had to offer was brilliant, and then, later that same year, in the fall, by seeing what season 4 would have in store, and I remember, of course, I don't know if you would too, Anchorman, maybe, because I remember right after season 3 finished with, you know, the last episode, and where Anakin and Ahsoka walk off, and the credits start, then we got a sneak preview of what to so far expect in season 4, like a little snippet of, we were going to see some underwater action, more General Grievous stuff, and all that, it was awesome. And the fact that by the 4th season, we would see the clones in their new getup, the helmets that technically debuted in Revenge of the Sith, when they got that upgrade to their armor, especially their helmets. So by seeing that, and in the timeline of Star Wars, in the Clone Wars, we see that in Season 4. And at the time of when Season 3 came to an end, we had to wait very later on, that same year in 2011, by September, when it was going to premiere. And yeah, because I remember What's-Him-Face, whom was the host of Destroy, Build, Destroyed on Cartoon Network, because as we all know, Clone Wars was on Cartoon Network at the time. So I remember seeing him and Ashley Eckstein, you know, this big premiere and all that for Season 4, which of course started with the Mon Cala arc. Yeah, and for me, because I had, I of course had a good time with Season 4. With what all Season 4 had in store, had some really interesting arcs, good standalone episodes, a few. Yeah, and especially because, you know, where Season 4 ends off, and what was teased later in Season 3 was brilliant. And you know exactly, heck, even for the green screen backdrop with one of the the characters, you know. But yeah, need I go on, and thus I will, we both will, as we dive in and break down Season 4. Season 4 was another pretty good season. I'm sure you guys would concur too. Okay, now Anchorman, we turn over to you, because what are your first thoughts and all of Season 4 of Clone Wars?
I really like this season. We get really good stuff with, the Mon Cala arc, and we get good stuff with the Mon Calamari people, and then eventually we get the. I don't know if I should spoil it. I mean, it's not really a spoiler anymore, but Dark Maul.
Yes, even the way I put at it at first, I guess it doesn't matter. So we all know by now. So, but anything else you got to say with your first thoughts?
I think the show starts to get more mature as it goes on.
Good point.
Sure.
Good point. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, with what Season 3 had to offer, where it was up to by that point, oh yeah, it was really making a huge impact, and with it continuing on. So yeah. Alright, but with all that being said, yeah, our first thoughts and all for Season 4, well, you've heard what we both said. And alright, so, now without further ado, to dive in, Season 4 itself. So, starting, of course, with the Mon Cala arc that starts off Season 4, where, yeah, this was pretty amazing to see something Clone Wars, where they have an underwater battle. And, you know, because with the budgeted animation that they had for this, well, because, you know, with what they brought to, like, say, the characters underwater, and giving, like, a bit of underwater-y effects, you know, not bad. And this is not the first time that something Star Wars has shown us something that's been underwater, because the Micro Clone Wars web series, well, because we had like an episode / sequence where Kit Fisto, as we know, Kit Fisto is an underwater alien creature. He can breathe underwater. But my point being is that, yeah, I'm sure you would remember, you would know this, guys, you too, Anchorman, where in the Micro Clone Wars, Kit Fisto, you know, he was sent to the planet where the Mon Cala reside, and to help them out, you know, because they're at battle. So that was a pretty awesome moment to come from the Micro Clone Wars, and to see that the Clone Wars series would do that as well, like have an arc where it centers being underwater. We've got Kit Fisto, we've got the Mon Cala. It's amazing. All right, so yeah, the Mon Cala arc, which actually just, you know, being a episode trilogy, 3 episodes. Episodes 1 and 2 and 3. Episode 1, Water War. Episode 2, Gungan Attack. And Episode 3, Prisoners. Okay, description / the stories on episodes 1, 2, and 3. So, episode 1, Water War. The water planet Mon Cala is on the brink of civil war. Senator Amidala and her Jedi protector, Anakin Skywalker, take the side of the Mon Cala, obviously, while separatist Representative Rith Tamson spurs on the Quarren. Episode 2. The Mon Cala and the Jedi are hiding in beneath the underwater capital city of Mon Cala, and the Jedi Council would call on the help of the Gungan army, led by, well, who else? Jar Jar, of course. And Episode 3. Only Prince Lee Shar and Padawan Ahsoka Tano have escaped capture and must find a way to free their comrades, as well as the entire planet from the impending rule of Rith Tamson. Okay, so, Anchorman, let's start with you. What are the first things you have to say about the first arc of Season 4? You know, the first 3 episodes.
I like the Mon Calamari arc. I like how they explored a planet that's underwater, and we see Anakin, Ahsoka, Padme wear, like, diver suits. They probably made them to make some toys for it, but I think it looks really good.
I do recall seeing those. I didn't get them. I had a couple of those Clone Wars action figures at the time, but I do recall seeing them. But anything else you got to say?
I think we see Admiral Akbar before we see him in Return of the Jedi.
Yes, and at the time of Clone Wars, he was Captain Akbar.
Mm-hmm.
But it was great seeing Akbar appear in this, and Akbar being voiced by Art Butler, not Tom Kane, whom the late Tom Kane, you know, rest in peace, he had voiced Akbar quite a lot. But
and the Lego stuff.
Yep, that too, and yeah, and the Star Wars games as well. And also, yeah, because let's say on the other characters, like, yeah, from Prince Lee Char and Rith Tamson, the main antagonist for this arc.
I thought they were good characters. I liked the shark villain. He looked really cool.
Yeah, like that shark alien species in Star Wars looking pretty cool. Of course, they have to look shark accurate almost. And by the way, somewhere in this arc, I don't know if you realized this, Anchorman, and if any of you as well, where, fun fact, Kevin Kiner actually slipped in a bit of the Jaws theme somewhere in this arc. which makes sense. And hey, because it's John Williams, Star Wars, Jaws, even obviously John Williams, he would do the same kind of thing too. It's his music, so there you go. But that's really cool because yeah, we hear a little snippet of Jaws, and how it's done specifically in Star Wars. And of course, like I can think of something else, and as an example, because it's like when it came to the Harry Potter films, the first three, most prominently in the Chamber of Secrets, actually. At the same time, John was working on Chamber of Secrets and Attack of the Clones, and using the same piece of music that's both in Attack of the Clones and Chamber of Secrets, where that music that starts off where Obi-Wan is flying in the sky, that piece of music. So yeah, if you paid close attention during the Quidditch match in Chamber of Secrets, But anyways, yeah. So. Anything else you've got to say about the rest of the first arc, the first 3 episodes, Anchorman?
I like the Kit Fisto. He gets more action to do when underwater. We get to see his he gets to wear underwater style clothes, I guess, or we see him shirtless.
Yes.
And he's able to swim underwater, and that's what we got to see in the Micro Clone Wars series. So I'm guessing they took inspiration from that episode to do these episodes for him.
Of course, right? Yeah, and you're not wrong, because to see Kit Fisto doing more action, to see him shine some more in Clone Wars, and of course with Phil Lamar brilliantly voicing Kit Fisto, it's great. All right, but as for me, and of course to break down the episodes, because the first arc was brilliant, again, with it being set underwater. And yeah, because, in episode 1, because after the assassination of King Colina of Mon Cala, whom being the father of the prince, yeah, because, the fragile peace between the Mon Cala and the Quarren, would begin to collapse, and with it centering on the argument that the king's son, whom of course being the Prince Li Shar, is, as himself feels, too young to, and inexperienced to maintain the tenuous coexistence between those two races on the planet. And thus, Rift Tamsin, whom being the ambassador of the Separatists, would heat up the argument even further, and while Padme Amidala being present, as well as Skywalker, because with both of them having been sent by the Republic to meditate between the parties, and, hopefully Padme's got this, if she can manage to pull this off, knowing her. Well, the parties, because they are helpless to intervene, unfortunately, in the end, and, the Quarren would leave the Mon Cala Council Hall, and even though the Quarren chieftain, Nazor Ree, I think I'm saying it right, would express genuine respect for the dead king to Li Char before, he leaves, and that's one positive thing. And fearing that a civil war, between the two races is imminent, that's when the Jedi Council would dispatch a company of clone troopers equipped for underwater combat under the command of both Kit Fisto and Ahsoka Tano. Yeah, and great to see, because how far Ahsoka's come, and being in second command and such. And to acknowledge more of this, because with their underwater suits, it's great, and say on account of Ahsoka, and again, Kit Fisto, he doesn't need any of that. And to see the clones with their underwater get up, it's great too. And while the prince and his military commander, which being led by Captain Akbar, and because Captain Akbar, how he looks in the Clone Wars animation style, it's gotta be Akbar. We know the specific look to Akbar, and with him being a calamari, so there you go. Did very well. Yeah, because they would try to rally their people. However, unfortunately, the Quarren, they have long since prepared for war. They were prepared ahead of time. And even before the failure of the negotiations, that too. And thus, they would attack without forewarning, and which taking the Mon Cala by surprise. And Anakin and Padme, they would fight side by side. And of course, we've seen Padme fight in action, kicking some butt. Of course, with them joining the Mon Cala, but with the Separatists, reinforcements of the AQ series battle droids, to see them and how they look and underwater, it's great. And with the battle already seeming lost, well, fortunately, the Republic reinforcements, yeah, because they would arrive, and the tide is turned, albeit with heavy losses enduring the struggle, and Tamsin himself launching fierce assaults on the prince and who's being guarded by Ahsoka. And yeah, this would just be the beginning where, there seemed to be a nice, good chemistry / friendship between the prince and Ahsoka. I like that. And yeah, because obviously, the prince being the son of the late king, of course they're going to target him. Because, they're not going to take any chances for him to be the next leader. So, yeah, with attempting to kill him and, dispatching those aqua droids, as they're called, into the city's tubes, that was a pretty cool scene with the tube system and all that. And, of course, yeah, because with Lee Char seeking its protection, all whom Ahsoka manages to destroy. Good for her. And after several assaults on the tube containing Lee Char and Ahsoka by Tamsin, the intention of clone scuba troopers, as they're called, they would prevent Tamsin from reaching the helpless prince in the aftermath of the Republic attack. And, well, the Separatists and the Corran, because they are forced to temporarily retreat the Besid capital. I might be butchering, you know me sometimes still. And they would regroup, and which would allow the Republic and Mon Cala forces time to plan a new strategy. Well, then eventually, because the Corran return, and, but with a horrible secret weapon, because the Hydroid Metis gigantic jellyfish cyborgs, really cool to, how they looked, with electric tentacles from Tamsin's home world of Carcaris, I think I'm saying that right, which they prove resistant to the Mon Cala's hand weapons, and which, being outmatched and with their numbers decimated, and, well, because the Republic forces, they are forced to retreat to set caves near the city. In the meantime, Count Dooku would now order Tamsin to round up the captive Mon Cala population to work in internment camps and effectively reducing them to slavery. Of course, slavery. Yeah. And, well, because an announcement which startles Ree and would cause him to protest and to avail back in the caves, well, the prince would begin to despair over the situation in his own inexperience. However, Captain Akbar and Ahsoka do their best to encourage him, and reminding him that the true leader knows when to retreat as well as when to attack. And, the last piece of advice convinces the prince and that there is hope. There's always hope in the ongoing battle. Of course there is. It never fails when it comes to Star Wars in general. Even one of the Star Wars movies being titled, having the word hope in it. So there you go. But, because, the first episode, really great, how it starts off. And then, of course, coming to episode 2, which being Gungan Attack. Yes, because, hence the title, because we get the Gungans. And, because I don't know if I ever talked about this where, sure, because people, having just it's mutual between a lot of us how we feel about Jar Jar. He has his lovers, his haters, but, besides Jar Jar, the Gungans themselves, they're not all that bad. I mean, do you have a comment on that too, Anchorman? Because despite Jar Jar, what's say on the Gungans in general?
I like the main leader of the Gungans, who's in this episode.
Mm-hmm. And we would see more of him a little later on after this arc. And I don't recall if we've had this talk before, but did you ever have Jar Jar never bothered you, or has he not? You know where I'm going with this. What say you?
I don't think he's my favorite character, but I don't really be bothered by him.
Me neither. No, he never bothered me. And, obviously, because we've talked about Jar Jar when it came to the first 3 seasons, but, so, and with how much more we have to say about him and up to here, so, now they're up to season 4. Alright, but moving on to episode 2, which, the Gungan Attack, because, well, with, because with the fighting strength left to operate and only a brief time to tell the Jedi High Council about their presentiment before communication is cut off, yeah. And Skywalker, Amidala, and Ahsoka, and Master Fisto, and along with them Captain Akbar, would decide to get the Prince and the Mon Cala senator by the name of Mina Tills, yeah, I think I'm saying it right, to their ship and out of the system to safety, yeah, because, of course, can't risk their lives, and, you know, because ray of hope to come straight from them. Then Master Fisto would manage to overpower the Quarren Patrol and appropriate a couple of vehicles to get the fugitives to the surface quickly. But however, enter Rift Tamson once again, whom has anticipated that move and, well, would blow the ship up before the Jedi and Mon Cala can even reach the surface. And clinging on to the sinking debris, the fugitives, they would allow themselves to be dragged down to the seabed, and where they split up onto two groups. And Anakin would then go with Padme and Akbar and Tills, while Ahsoka and Fisto accompany the Prince, and along with the two rescued clone scuba troopers. And expecting Republic reinforcements to appear and such, well, because what would happen next? Well, because Anakin and his groups, they would proceed to the Mon Calamari Central Planetary Scanner Facility, and where Anakin would use the Force to collapse the entire structure, rendering planetary defenses blind. And in the meantime, the Prince would witness from his hiding place how his people are led away into slavery, and desperate to aid them, but would be advised by Ahsoka to exercise caution in favor of recklessness. And the Prince, you know, would use a seashell horn to inform his people that he is still alive, and would encourage them to hold on as the best they can. Despite with the situation they're in, they gotta try their best, you know, hold on tight. Well, in the meantime, the Jedi Council would be faced with the fact that they will have no clone force ready and equipped for underwater battle in time to aid the fugitives. And then Obi-Wan, well, good for him, because he would suggest asking the Gungans on Naboo to help out and such. And, well, because since they are amphibious creatures, they can breathe underwater and all, they live underwater. Well, Jar Jar Binks, of course, whom being a Farron support, you know, the Gungan High Council, they would agree to help at once and send the Gungan Grand Army to Mon Cala, and just in time to render valuable aid to the fugitives. Tamson, however, you know, quickly would rally his own forces, and by using his Triton ships to create artificial whirlpools at two battle sites, and disorienting the Jedi and Gungan forces, and thus facilitating their capture. To think that the Gungans, like, they showed up, and yet Rift Tamson, man, this shows you how much of a mad, psychotic genius he is. He came prepared. And I'm assuming because, yeah, even, like, before another reinforcement group came in, which being the Gungans, managing to take them down. And towards the end of the episode, just golly. Well, then Tamson himself, you know, by going after the Prince once more, however, Kit Fisto would manage to engage him in close combat for long enough to allow the Prince and Ahsoka to escape. So, yeah, as was mentioned, Ahsoka and the Prince, they're the only two that survive, and thus, yeah, where we would see them next in the following and final episode. Well, and as we would see their friends being led into captivity, you know, Anakin, Amidala, the Gungans, Akbar, and Fisto, the Prince would then begin to despair over their loss, and that only he and Ahsoka are left to fight on, for now. And, well, because the young Padawan gently advising the Prince, however, not to give in to his doubts and fear, and by being re-encouraged, and the Prince vowing to bring an end to this war before he and Ahsoka would retreat to a new hiding place. Yeah. So, what a heck of a way to end off on the second to last episode of this arc, because, when it seemed like it was going so great and you had the Gungan step in, because, somehow, surprisingly, Riff Tamson, he managed to kick their butts for now. So, he won for once, but he won't again, that's for sure. So... Alright, then on to the third and final episode of the first arc of Season 3. Yep, Prisoners, the title of the episode. So, with Anakin, Amidala, Fisto, the Gungans, and Akbar and the others, them all being captured and brought in before Riff Tamson. Yep, because with them being imprisoned and... with the droids and the Mon Calamari eels, and he would begin to question them about the whereabouts of the prince, and the AQ series battle droids. Well, they would search far and wide, forcing the prince and Ahsoka to keep on moving, and in order to restore the peace between the Mon Calamari and the Quarren. And, well, the prince deciding to free the prisoners, and whose numbers would overpower their captors, and, and draw the Quarren back to their side. And before the purpose, well, the prince and Ahsoka, they would follow a column of prisoners to an underwater cave and would use as a prison. It's used as a prison camp, and where the prince would address his people to restore their courage. But then an Aqua droid would spot them, and they would be surrounded by the guards. And then the prince would demand an audience with their commanders, which is granted. And then meanwhile, Nasor Ree would express his growing doubts about his war and the planned erudition of the prince to Count Dooku, who appears a few times in this arc via hologram, and has to learn to consternaten, might be butchering that one word, that Tamson has brought his own troops to garrison the occupied city instead of allowing the Quarren to rebuild. And then Tamson would return to interrogate the prisoners and attempt to force them to talk about a tiny hole in Amidala's helmet. I do recall where, unfortunately, because some of these characters with their suits, they can't catch a break. Sometimes they will get a crack in their helmets or a tear. Like, you just never know what's going to happen. And because of this, it would allow her suit to fill up with water slowly but surely. But then he would learn that the prince has been apprehended and would order the droid troops to take him and Ahsoka to the Mon Calamari throne room, and where he as he gloats at a startled Ree, he would receive the prince as the planet's new ruler, as pure an agreement between himself and Dooku. But however, the prince, Lichar, would dissound him face-to-face, boldly challenging Tamson's claim of leadership and over both Mon Calamari and Quarren, and by appealing to Nasoro Ree's friendship with his late father and the tense but respectful relationship of the Mon Calamari and Quarren, having enjoyed under his rule, and spiteful Tamson ordering the prince to be publicly executed. And as soon as Tamson and Ree have left, well, Skywalker and Fisto, they have removed the water from Padme's helmet, and by forming an air pocket around it with the Force, and they are shocked by the eels at first, and just, they're unable to use his mucus to seal the puncture, and having her from drowning, and, well, shortly after, the prisoners, they would all be taken to witness the prince's execution. But as the preparations are underway, Ree, who has finally had a change of heart, secretly communicates with his people's support to Akbar. At the critical moment, Ree would save the prince and the Quarren and Mon Cali, Jedi Gungans, all of them, and the clones, and unite under the prince. And engaging the separatist droid forces in battle, Lichar prevents Tamson, and whom cruelly confesses to being the one who killed his father. Isn't that surprising? Is it obvious? Did any of us figure that out? And after restoring the peace, well, because the prince now recognizing both Mon Calamari and Khorne is crowned the new king. And yeah, because the final fight between the prince and Tamsin was brilliant, especially because when it comes to an explosive device in Tamsin which causes him to blow up, and yeah, he brutally deserved that. What a fitting way for his death, I tell ya. But yeah, the first 3 episodes of Season 4 was great. Anything else you've got to say about the first arc, Anchorman? And with what all I've said and with what you've got to say now.
I thought it was cool to see the characters learning to survive without almost losing, whether they lose their helmets, but then they get like a water bubble to survive.
Mm-hmm.
And the shark's death was brutal.
Yeah, anything, and yeah, because like anything you've got to say, because on account of Tamsin's death and such, him literally being blown up.
He got what was coming.
He did. He most certainly got what was coming to him, no doubt about it. And I also made this comment, and if you have anything to say too, because yeah, what'd you think of I think it seemed obvious, somewhat of a friendship and all, kind of, good chemistry between the prince and Ahsoka. What say you?
Yeah, I can see it, since Ahsoka bond well with most people in the show.
You're not wrong. She very well did so. Because that's a part of her character. So, yeah, but just overall, the first 3 episodes, the first arc, the arc trilogy that starts off Season 4 was great. Yeah, what a great way to start off. We literally have an underwater battle. It was amazing. All right, now on to Episode 4. Which being Shadow Warrior. Description / the story. There is unrest on Naboo, and the Gungans are considering to join the Separatists. But General Skywalker, on the other hand, would discover Boss Leone, I think I'm saying it right, is being influenced by dark magic against his will. Yeah. So, not long after, literally, just right after we had the Gungans in the last 2 episodes of the first arc of the season, we would see them once again, and, to see more of Jar Jar. And this episode was really good. I want to say probably it's one of those very few episodes where it does center on the Gungans, and with that, Jar Jar, that did very well. But, because with what we've so far said about the episodes that are in Clone Wars that center on Jar Jar, for me, because I thought they're okay, just, with what you've said, Anchorman. But, yeah, but of course, now turning over to you, Anchorman, because what are the first things you have to say about the 4th episode?
I thought this episode was really good. It was cool seeing the Gungans go up against General Grievous, and we nearly see Anakin meet General Grievous, but because they meet in Revenge of the Sith, they can't talk face to face. No.
Well, and technically, Skywalker was unconscious when he passed by Grievous. I mean, Grievous, he clearly noticed Skywalker, when they were passing by, but again, Skywalker just being completely unconscious, so, no, they didn't really have an interaction there. But, yeah, because it's true, and I mentioned this where Dave Filoni, because he was holding himself back, because, I mean, I concur with him, I'm sure we all do, because it would have been awesome to see Skywalker and Grievous go at it, a lightsaber duel. But the problem is, in Star Wars canon, they do not meet until the events of Revenge of the Sith. So that's unfortunate. But, just cannot argue with what's in Star Wars canon, okay? And with what George had in mind for those characters, and especially when it came to, say, each Skywalker and Grievous. There you go. Alright, but as for me, and yeah, by breaking down the episode, because, yeah, I mean, I had a good time with this episode, too. And yeah, because of course, you're not wrong, Anchorman, because to see, most prominently, and who'd have thought that we would see the Gungans go toe-to-toe with General Grievous, especially seeing Jar Jar and Grievous interact. Oh, dear. Yeah. So, with what goes on in the episode, because, well, after Skywalker and Amidala's arrival in Theed, yeah, if I'm saying that right, which, yeah, they traveled to the Gungan territory near Lake Poanga, and with them seeking out their old friend Jar Jar, and whom confirms the troubling rumors that Boss Leone intends to march on the Theed and takes them to Otha Gungan, yeah, and where Leon is indeed attempting to rally his troop leaders and for the impending conflict, accompanied by his new minister, Rish Lu. And when Skywalker and Amidala, they attempt to talk to Leon, and, you know, him refusing to abandon his plans, and the two, them noticing that he appears to be not himself, not the Boss Leon they know specifically. Well, because this cause, you know, the cause is a mind control necklace in which Skywalker tinklingly snatches, yeah, using the Force and all, from Leon's neck and making him recover, and with Leon confirming that the necklace was given to him by Rish Lu, and Lu, whom being in fact secretly in league with Count Dooku himself. That was pretty interesting. The fact that we see a Gungan whom has betrayed his people and siding with the Separatists, especially in league with Dooku. Yeah, what say you, Anchorman, on the character of Rish Lu?
I wasn't expecting a Gungan to betray their own tribe.
Me neither. But, you know what? Stuff like that is interesting to see, sometimes. And in the case like, these are the Gungans we're talking about. It's not every day you see a Gungan who's evil, right? Anyways. So, with Lu secretly in league with Dooku, and yeah, whom has promised him the freedom of his people, and in exchange for aiding the Separatists in invading Naboo, well, Boss Leon would confront Lu about his treachery. However, Rish Lu would use his mystical powers to try and control him once more, but when Skywalker and Amidala come to Leon's aid, then he would unleash his squad of commando droids on them, and would stab Leon and escape the underwater city. And with Leon lying unconscious, you know, wounded, it appears the attack on Naboo cannot be called off anymore. Not until Jar Jar inadvertently dons Leon's crown of office, and making Anakin and Padme note a striking resemblance to the boss. Yeah, that's true, because they do almost look identical. And, you know, because, by the way, no bossness appearing in Clone Wars, especially in this episode. You would think, right? Because you would think that we would have bossness, and for that matter, like, they'd easily get back Brian Bless to voice bossness, but I don't know, I guess maybe they weren't able to animate bossness, I don't know, but yeah, do you have any comment on that too, Anchorman? Because it's totally obvious where we get no bossness, and we get a completely different boss, Gungan. But, you know, the fact that we see bossness at the end of Revenge of the Sith just... Yeah, what say you on all that?
I was wondering, even as a kid, I was wondering where he was in this episode.
Yeah! No kidding! And, you know, like, especially because, like, yeah, like, around the time with, like, say, Season 4 and all, like, in between Seasons 4 and 5, where we had one of those Lego Star Wars specials, The Empire Strikes Out. We had bossness in that, and Brian Blessed, once again, voicing him. I don't know, just... Maybe you guys know this, like, you know, with bossness being completely left out of this episode of the Clone Wars. But again, you'd think that he would probably be in this. I don't know. Maybe hopefully Dave Filoni has established this, yeah. But anyways, so yeah, again, with Jar Jar taking the appearance of Boss Leon and having a striking resemblance to the boss, well, Skywalker would then hatch a plan to make the Gungan army stand off the attack by having Jar Jar to pretend to be the boss himself. And on the surface, well, Rish Lu would try to salvage his plans by telling the assembled Gungan warriors that Leon is dead. And, well, the disguised Jar Jar would appear just in time, yeah. And although nervous, he would make a good impersonation of Leon and, you know, then would denounce Lu as a traitor. And Lu, well, he would manage to escape. But however, as, you know, as Anakin would pursue him, well, there would be a Separatist troop carrier arriving and the battle droid crew addressing Jar Jar. And since, yeah, because they believe that everything is still according to Dooku's plan. And, well, you know, being forced to maintain his role, Jar Jar and General Tarpels, whom, yeah, because we saw most prominently in Phantom Menace, and to see him appear in Clone Wars, yeah, because his chemistry, both his and Jar Jar's chemistry in Phantom Menace really great. Just, you said in big doo-doo this time. Yeah, so good to see him appear. Because, yeah, they would board the ship to help coordinate the attack, and only to find out that the leader of the droid army is, of course, who else? General Grievous. We know he's the leader of the droid army, duh. That's his position. And, yeah, because flustered and terrified. Who can blame Jar Jar? Because, yep, Jar Jar just desperately trying to stall for time and would send Tarpels out to inform Senator Amidala about this development. And Padme, by advising him to try and capture Grievous by shutting down his droid escort before Grievous can note this desperate deception. Well, and Grievous would eventually become highly irritated by the apparent Leon's sudden hesitation in conducting the assault, and by figuring out that he is an imposter, and Jar Jar escaping to outside just in time to escape Grievous's rage, because, yeah, just, again, to see Grievous and Jar Jar on screen together, and, because it's not going to end so well, and with what the situation that Jar Jar's in, just, yeah, and again, who can blame Jar Jar for being terrified by Grievous? Yeah, wouldn't you, in real life? But yeah, if you were in that position, and yeah, because then Grievous, for Grievous to notice that his army has been disabled. Well, the Gungans would then surround him, and whom fight back, and, fatally, then Grievous, because him fighting back, and then he would, out of nowhere, stab Tarpels in the process, and with the last of his strength, good for him. He would, however, shock Grievous into submission, enabling his capture, and before dying. Yeah, how'd you feel about that, Anchorman? Because, who'd have thought? Because we would see Tarpels be killed off here.
I thought his death was sad, but I did like how he got a strike at Grievous, even when he got stabbed.
That's true. Like, in situations like those, it's like you have one last heroic moment. You justify and such. That kind of stuff. So, yeah.
It's like the death of Gambit.
There you go. Yeah. Well, and then upon learning from Grievous's capture, well, Darth Sidious would command/order Dooku, whom he's right now hiding in an ancient Naboo structure, and basically to lure Anakin into a trap and to take him hostage for a prisoner exchange. And in the meantime, Skywalker would chase after Luke, but would be slowed by the two probe droids who would shoot his Kadu mount. And upon Dooku's command, however, Luke would lure Anakin to the structure where he would meet, of course, Dooku. And after killing Luke as the naive fool he was, and after revealing the Sith's hand in the first invasion of Naboo, and more than 10 years ago, Dooku and his droid bodyguards, they would confront Skywalker in fierce lightsaber duel. Yep, to see another... It's no matter what. The lightsaber duels, and even in Clone Wars, they're always enjoyable to watch. Well, this does end when Skywalker is disarmed and being shocked by those droids and so on. Then Dooku would contact Amidala, and by showing them torturing Skywalker, and, well, he would give her 1 hour to make her decision. And, well, torn between her feelings for Anakin and her commitment to the welfare of the Republic, well, Amidala would finally agree to make the switch, and despite the stubbornness of the deal, Jar Jar would be loaded by Boss Leon and Queen Niatuni for his successful efforts in re-establishing peace between the Gungans and the Naboo. Because the last thing we see where the Separatists and Amidala and the others, they meet and, release the general, and thus they do so, and, Grievous and Skywalker, again, passing by one another, and as was said earlier, because they don't really meet face-to-face, and on the contrary, where Skywalker, he's unconscious, but just, but, that being, I think, that, being one of the only time where they're, physically right next to one another. But, of course, they don't have an interaction, so, yeah. And obviously, I think it's obvious because, Skywalker knows what Grievous looks like, but in person, just how tall Grievous is and all that, well, and hence, the line he has in Revenge of the Sith, you're shorter than I expected, because that's not what Skywalker was expecting from Grievous's physical appearance. How, like, the height of him and such. Yeah. Yeah, but just, yeah, overall, episode 4 of season 4, Gungan Attack, that was another really good episode. And again, whereas I said that that episode probably being one of the only few episodes that centers on the Gungans, and in the case of Jar Jar, that's a really good one, because the others, how they were received, come on, are they all that bad? Just, I don't know. But that's your opinion and all, you know, to you guys. But yeah, and anything else you have left to say on, I'm sorry, not Gungan Attack, yeah, because that's the second episode. Yeah, the title of the episode being Shadow Warrior, my bad. But yeah, to turn over to you, Anchorman, yeah, anything else you have left to say with episode 4, Shadow Warrior?
Doesn't Anakin have a duel with Count Dooku?
I did mention that. I did.
Yeah, it was a good duel.
Yeah, and as
going up against the yellow Magna Guards.
Yep, that too. And as I did say too, where it never fails, and in the Clone Wars, it's always a delight to see any lightsaber duel happen. Mm-hmm. Alright, but yeah, so that's it for episode 4. Now we come to episode 5, which being Mercy Mission. And this being the first of the next 2 episodes of season 4 that center on C-3PO and R2-D2. Yeah. And, yeah, and here's another thing, to go ahead and mention this, where, just like what happened in Season 3, where we had one episode centering on those 2 droids, not really well received, but, again, I'm like, come on, is this that bad? Like, say, compared to, like, some of the episodes that center on Jar Jar? Come on, people, what's with you? I don't know, I don't know, and this is C-3PO and R2-D2 we're talking about. Maybe, like, because, you know, the stories that center on them, they're not very powerful enough. Who cares? To me, like, well, again, you're entitled to your opinions, and I am too. But, alright, so, on to episode 5, titled Mercy Mission. Description / the story. Commander Wolf and his men aid the Alina whose planet had recently suffered terrible quakes. Translator droid C-3PO and his counterpart R2-D2 find the natives need them to fulfill a special task. Yeah. Alright, so once again, starting with you, Anchorman, what are the first things you have to say about the 5th episode?
I never really cared for the R2-3PO episodes, but they were, I guess you could say, the fun episodes of just the 2. But I thought this episode was funny, with a little bit of a Wizard of Oz parody to it, with them meeting those small people.
Yeah, that never really crossed my mind, like Wizard of Oz stuff, as you said. That never really did. What about you guys? But, and you know what? You make a good point, Anchorman, because some of the episodes that center on R2-D2 and 3PO, they're the fun ones. Because, you know, on the contrary, I think it's fitting, and yeah, it makes sense, where we at least gotta have, with all the intenseful stuff going on during Clone Wars, we should at least have a couple of episodes where there's really nothing bad going on. They're fun, and nothing too much disastrous going on, all the above, just, yeah. But, for me, because, I mean, not to say that I didn't care for, like, say, this episode and the others that center on 3PO and R2-D2, but I like them for what they are, so there you go. And as I just said, and with what you said, Anchorman. Alright, but now to dive in and break down the episode itself. So, well, Amidala and Master Yoda, they would contact Commander Wolf, whom being the leader of the humanitarian relief expedition, and for a status report on the situation of Aline, and which is fairly joyful considering the circumstances, and fully loaded, a fully loaded relief force, which, yeah, that includes 3PO and R2-D2, whom being sent along as translators and to interface with the equipment, and with them descending to the surface, which would be planned to be the only brief stay because, well, the troops would have to return to the war as soon as possible. And the queen of the Alina, Mana Chucho, well, would welcome Wolf and his troopers enthusiastically, and though an aftershock disrupts the greeting somewhat, and when 3PO tries to calm the startled villagers, and just as the quake stops, the Alina view the Golden Droid as some sort of divine messenger, and would ask the Republic troops to put the Earth to rest, and a request. And Wolf, understandably, has to pass on. And while Wolf and 3PO explain the function of the delivered supplies to the Manchucho boost sinker, and R2-D2 entering the local Republican communication station to survey the repair damage, well, the quake has inflected and accompanied by a few Alina, and whom become increasingly impressed with the magics their helpers make work. And when 3PO would join R2 in the station, well, the villagers, being eager to show him something, and would lead the two droids to a collapsed structure in which it contains a huge golden seal embedded in the ground, and the seal would be revealed to be the entrance of a tunnel leading into the subterranean regions of the planet. And when another quake hits the area, well, 3PO accidentally slips through the partly uncovered opening and would plunge into the dark depths, and whom being followed by R2, of course. And tangled of branches cushions 3PO's fall, but then the rubble would then shaken loose from another shock clogs and the entrance to the tunnel. And unfortunately, the droids are trapped underground, and one of the Alina, well, would try to fetch help, and, but with no knowledge of their language, Wolf misunderstands their intentions, so Manchucho and a few of his people would race to the structure and intolate a chanting ritual. And while exploring the tunnels, they have landed in 3PO and R2 because they would encounter speedy, sparkling lights chasing them, and subsequently would stumble into a strange subterranean Escorphi, if I'm saying that right, maybe not, but which is inhabited by the sentient tree-like beings, which are called the Kindalo. Yeah, sounds about right. And whom they demand they leave, since they claim that, well, the surface dwellers destroyed the peace. And after 3PO would convince them that they bear the Kindalo no ill will, and with the mentionings that they are here to help with the earthquakes, well, the Kindalo would send the droids to Orphan, if I'm saying that right, and Habian-like humanoid with mythical powers. And Orphean would explain that the mutual balance has existed between the Alina and the subterranean world, and which was supposedly unsettled by the surface dwellers, and who have breached the underground's most vigil sanctum. And the Alina, well, they would depend on the soil of the planet filtering the surface air, and, by rendering it fit for them to breathe. And without the process, well, the air proves toxic to them. Interesting. And the Underwellers, well, they have therefore set off the earthquakes in an attempt to seal the opening. And 3PO, well, he would offer to fix the damage, but before she dissolves into a swarm of flying fairy sparks. And because Star Wars is space fantasy, we've got to have some of that fantasy stuff there, whether you like it or not, and with what goes on in this episode. Well, Orphean would mysteriously ask the droids to find their true purpose and would give them a parting riddle. Interesting. You can run, but you can walk, but you cannot walk. You have a mouth, but you cannot talk. You have a head, but never weep. And you have a bed, but never sleep. Ask yourself who you are. And, well, with no other option left, well, 3PO, he would attempt to solve the riddle by viewing the seals in Orphean's chamber, and which are, in fact, elemental signs. And however, R2, he would find the answer first. Of course he would, because it's R2. A river by wetting the water seal, and R2 would activate the water spout, which would carry the chamber's central floor plate, and with him, and C-3PO board, through the ceiling back to the surface, and right into the middle of the Manchucho's chanting congregation. Might be butchering that one word, but yeah. And yeah, poisonous air from the underground would then leak to the surface through the seal tunnel, and 3PO would finally understand that because that they are droids and thus not dependent on air, and he and R2, because being droids, but put the seal back into place and ending the earthquakes once and for all. Good. And though their efforts go unappreciated with the skeptical clone troopers, just gotta show some love for those droids, Sometimes, and as we've seen in Star Wars, sometimes, droids can be very heroic, especially when it comes to, say, 3PO and R2-D2. Facts, Well, the Aline would give them their heartfelt gratitude and a very cordial farewell. Well, at least the Alina shows some great appreciation for the two droids themselves, and rightfully so. Not to the clones, I guess they don't really see it. Not that they hate 3PO and R2, I assume, just, But, yeah. Mercy Mission, because with what all I've had to say as well for Anchorman, because for me, I have no problem with, say, the episodes of C-3PO and R2-D2, the ones that center on them, and with what Mercy Mission had to offer, and again, because with what you commented, Anchorman, because, Wizard of Oz stuff and all, but still, a very fun, interesting episode to come from this season. And yeah, what say you, Anchorman, your final thoughts, and what else you have left to say on the 5th episode?
It was definitely just an R2 C-3PO episodes for sure.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Mercy Mission's not the only episode in this season centering on 3PO and R2, because, now that we're finished with the 5th episode, we move on to episode 6, which being titled No-Made Droids. Right. In this episode, reading the description / the story, C-3PO and R2-D2 escape Master Gallia's Jedi cruiser in a Y-Wing fighter and find themselves in one bizarre situation after the other. Alright, Anchorman, so once again, starting with you, what are the first things you have to say about the 6th episode, and this being the last episode that centers on these two droids for this season?
This is where they go from one action scene to the next, where they're on the cruiser ship, and then there's a battle going on, and then they crash land on the planet, and that's where they meet the small people.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that was that they met the small people in the last episode, but
oh yeah, I'm confused which one's which.
Yeah, that's understandable. But overall, just what did you think of the episode in general?
It was just a silly R2-D2 and 3PO episode.
Yet another one for you, for anybody. If you're on the same page as Anchorman, but you're entitled to your opinions on the R2 and 3PO episodes, as am I. We all are. But for me, because with what the next and final episode centering on the two iconic beloved droids has to offer, I mean, just as you would expect, and on account of the last episode, well, because, episode 5 and 6, they are connected, so, Well, in the 6th episode, because, in a cabin of Adigala's cruiser, C-3PO and R2-D2, they would report to, of course, Senator Amidala about their recent and most peculiar adventure on Aline, and in the previous episode. And just in the midst of the communications, there would be 3 separatist warships under the command of, who else? General Grievous, and whom, by launching a surprise attack on their ship and crippling it critically and Well, forcing an evacuation of the vessel, and in lack of an escape pod, well, R2 would commandeer, that's right, a Y-wing, and well, the two droids would barely make it out of the battle, and in their disintegrating cruiser to the nearby planet of Patiti Patuna. Yeah, and before a pursuing, well, yeah, vulture droid, it would, yeah, because by being pursued by one, it would shoot them out of the sky, and after crash landing on a grassy plain, well, they would be attacked by the diminutive natives, and understanding their capabilities, you know, they are shocked into unconsciousness. And yeah, because this one too having like tiny aliens as well. Well, and the two droids, you know, when they come to and they find themselves tied to the ground and facing a bunch of rather unfriendly Patatis who declare that under the orders of their leader, Jesus, all off-worlders are to be considered enemies. And, well, soon Jesus would come to see them, and revealing himself to be a bloated, despotic specimen of his people, and 3PO would successfully manage to arrange their release. But, however, when R2 would talk back to Jesus for his unfriendliness, 3PO would admonish him with a slap, because we all know when it comes to 3PO and R2, like, we've seen at times where, you know, 3PO slaps him on the top of the head, so, very amusing. And then, yeah, because this makes R2 topple over, and, yeah, because accidentally land on Jesus, squashing him like golly, you know, to see some murder, and this is coming straight from R2, but this is, of course, unintentionally, so, yeah, brutal. And, you know, because if we've established this before, like, man, the brutal deaths and all, yeah, they're quite something. But boy, what would come a little later in the show, and with, like, one that I'm thinking of right now, that would happen in a later episode that we'll get to, yeah, till I mention it. I mean, do you guys know what I'm talking about? Well, until we get there. But yeah, so, well, to their surprise, the other Patitis, they celebrate the loss, the loss of their triangular leader, and they would subsequently aid the two droids in declines. I'm sorry. They would aid them by repairing the Y-wing. That's right. Gotta slow down. And when those little aliens would offer their leadership over them to C-3PO, he would decline in favor of 3 popular candidates from among the natives. However, things head off to be a bad start, and as the 3 newly elected leaders would begin to slug each other about the leadership issues, and yeah, who has the most votes, and by prompting the droids, to depart swiftly and let the Patitis sort this particular problem out for themselves. Yeah, because 3PO and R2, they don't need to have any part of this anymore, because yeah, let those tiny aliens, like, handle this themselves. And, like, yeah, I mean, those tiny little alien natives, they're very amusing and such. I mean, what say you, Anchorman? Any comment on those, like, tiny alien natives in this episode?
I thought they were funny. The way R2 smashes the king by just when 3PO accidentally bops him, and then he squashes him instantly, and then they all celebrate his death. I thought that was funny.
Well, I mean, we've kind of seen this before, like I guess in, like, anything science fiction where natives, whatever the case, my point being is that they would celebrate the death of their leader, you know, stuff like that. You know, amusing. Well, back on point, because because with C-3PO and R2-D2, once, you know, they are in space, the two of them would be quickly would discover that their Y-Wing's power system is damaged and, well, it's running down. And so they would prepare to land on the next available planet, which being Balnap. Yeah, which is basically a young planet at the time of this episode. And with a posphere yet in development, but, well, no devoid of intelligent beings walking its surface yet. And, well, a band of Balnaps would quickly stumble upon them and capture them in the stun net. And, well, yeah, here we go again for them in this episode. And, well, thus the two droids being brought before the Balnaps and their great leader by the name of Albi Duwa, and who would electrocute the Balnap that brought the two to him. And yeah, 3PO attempting to negotiate with him, but R2 would notice a disguised wall and would sneak off to reveal several rogue pit droids. Interesting. And by revealing to the Balnobs that their leader is actually a hologram, well, the enraged Balnops would storm the crashed cruiser to get revenge on the pit droids, and resulting in a large explosion, which, yep, primarily, presumably would kill all but one of those pit droids. But then a new, more urgent problem would force them to give up on their search, and since their own power reserves are beginning to run out. And eventually, well, they would both shut down and they would be discovered by a band of Weequahi pirates, and who take them into their ship, and they would recharge them, and only to be used for the gladiatorial fight, and and the reigning champion KO5D. Yeah, and by destroying one of the droids, and when 3PO would express horror, of course, because he's 3PO, well, the pirates would shove him and R2 into the pit, but however, Grievous's ship would soon arrive and would decide to use the pirates' ship as target practice for the droids. And yeah, the cannon fire is ripping a hole in the ship's hull and sucking several Weequas and most of the droids out of the ship before it explodes, yeah. And, yeah, just, die instantly in space. Well, and then 3PO and R2, they would manage to get onto the Separatist ship this time, and where they would be greeted by a contingent, might be butchering that one word, but yeah, of B1 series battle droids. And, well, R2 urging, at R2D2's urging, well, 3PO would tell them that they are pirate droids, and the battle droids they would send them off to the incinerator to be repurposed into spare parts. That's not good. Several other droids, being captured from the pirate ship, they are also sent to the incinerator. One even attempts to flee, but it is shot and destroyed by the battle droids, of course. And then another droid would fall into the incinerator, and which, of course, terrifies 3PO. However, right before they can plunge into the incinerator, a fleet of Republic cruisers, just in time, would appear, in which they are under the command of Jedi Master Plo Koon, jumping out of hyperspace and launching an attack out of nowhere, and to free Master Gallia. And who is held captive aboard Grievous's ship. Little did 3PO and R2 realized. And, well, enforcing the droid general to flee once again, and as Mace Windu most prominently says in Revenge of the Sith, he's a coward. Of course he is. Well, with the Republic capturing Grievous's ship, and after a shot skirmish, 3PO and R2 would reveal themselves as the Republic, and much to Commander Wolf's frustration. And, well, 3PO would begin to launch into an account of their recent adventures. And, the many times that Plo Koon has been alongside with R2, he must have forgotten who he was. I don't know. I mean, even say, at one point, Ahsoka made it very clear that R2 was Anakin's droid in the second to last episode of Season 2, but oh well. Well, and also, he probably hasn't really gotten to know who 3PO is, but obviously by knowing that R2 and 3PO, especially 3PO, linked with Senator Amidala. So, there you go. But, it's also very amusing, because with how much we get of Commander Wolf by this season, and with him having to deal with 3PO and R2 is amusing, overall, because the sixth episode of Season 4 of Clone Wars, Nomad Droids, that was, for what it is, and yet being yet another episode with R2 and 3PO, as what Anchorman most prominently has said, just in all honesty, it's not really a bad episode, and we said this earlier, that, having a couple of episodes in Clone Wars where there's really nothing just extreme going on. A few harmless things here and there, fun and amusing, like, yeah, I mean, who says we can't have that in something like Clone Wars? Yeah. But yeah, and still overall, I mean, I liked the episode for what it is. And yeah, coming back to you, Anchorman, because what are the last things you have to say about the 6th episode?
I like the General Grievous gets trolled by Obi-Wan, where he causes him to get trapped into the ship, and then Grievous realizes it's going to explode, and he has to escape.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a good moment.
Right. Anything else left you have to say about the episode?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, alright. Yeah, just overall, those 2 episodes that center on 3PO and R2, they are what they are. You know, nothing really bad about them. Alright, but now we come to, like, where things really get awesome. And yeah, the second arc for Season 4. And this being, because a 4-part episode. So, episodes 7, 8, and 9, and 10. Yeah. Episode 7, Darkness of Umbara. Episode 8, The General. Episode 9, Plan of Descent. And Episode 10, Carnage of Krell. Yeah, so, description / the stories of these episodes. Episode 7. During an assault on the shadowy world of Umbara, General Skywalker would be called back to Coruscant, and he has to relinquish command of the 501st Legion to legendary Jedi Master Krell, and who turns out to have a low opinion of clones. Episode 7. The General. Krell sends Captain Rex and his troops on an impossible mission to conquer a heavily forfeited, urban airbase. Episode 9, Plan of Descent. ARC Trooper 5's disagrees with General Krell's strategies and would come up with his own unauthorized plan, and by using captured Umbran starfighters. And finally, Episode 10, Carnage of Krell. Rex and the 501st Troopers refuse to execute Fives and Jess for their insubordination, and they are in for even bigger shock when General Krell orders another offensive. Yeah. So, starting with you once again, Anchorman, because what are the first things you have to say about episodes 7, 8, and 9, and 10? Yeah, the second arc of Season 4.
This is probably one of my favorite arcs of the show, the Umbara arc.
Mm-hmm.
I really like how they focus on Rex and the clones, on how dangerous Umbara is, and they have to team up with Pong Karel, one of the most cruel traitor Jedis in the show.
Mm-hmm. And since now mentioning Pong Krell, because what say you on the character of Pong Krell in general?
I thought his design looked cool. I liked how he's able to use 2 double-bladed lightsabers.
Yeah, makes sense. And not to mention that he's the same alien species as Dex, whom we saw in Episode 2. That's great to see that we get to see another one of that alien species, and where we see seeing that alien species as a Jedi. And yeah, because you make a good point, because, and for me, because, General Pong Krell, and whom being voiced by Dave Fanoy, I think I'm getting his last name right, yeah, another fantastic voice talent that's, part of Clone Wars, and with what he brought to Pong Krell, it's amazing with Pong Krell's design, and little do we realized, and when we started watching this arc, for any of us, for the first time watching this, that turns out that Krell would be a flat-out traitor to the Republic, to the Jedi Order, and so on. And where I was going to say his double-bladed lightsabers, it makes sense. And because he's got 4 arms, there you go. The type of Jedi he is, this alien species, it makes sense that, he ought to have double-bladed lightsabers, keeps him busy and all that, and when fighting in combat. And it's also great to see, because where, like with Ahsoka, we got to see her using 2 lightsabers. Now we see a Jedi where using double-bladed lightsabers. And yeah, because, like, we most prominently first saw that with Darth Maul, but who says that Jedi can't have double-bladed lightsabers? So there you go. And, you know, seeing as how that, his double-bladed lightsaber does have, like, different colors, like, yeah, with blue and green. That's really nice. But, yeah, so, of course, starting with, you know, the first of the 4 episodes of, the second arc, again, which, being, episode 7, yeah, Darkness of Umbara, because, yeah, well, basically, yeah, well, with what happens in the first episode of this second arc, well, aboard their command ship, Skywalker and Kenobi, whom, you know, they appear in this episode, they would discuss their attack strategy against the Umbaran capital city, and which is defended by confederated and local Metellid forces, and, well, them being joined by Rex and Fives, and yeah, great to see up to season 4, you know, Fives expanding, and, you know, especially seeing as how where he began in the last and 3rd season, him and Echo, but because Echo is absent, because at the time we thought that he was gone forever, but turned out not to be the case. Yeah, so with Rex and Five joining alongside, Anakin would prepare to repel enemy reinforcements and striking against Obi-Wan's joint attack with Jedi Masters CC-10 and Pon Krell. And amidst heavy flak fire, well, the Republic ATRT forces would take out the Umbaran tanks and allowing the transports to set down their load of clone troopers. And, well, the assault being hampered by the planet's natural murkness and foggy conditions, as well as the local wildfire, and one of which nearly, you know, claimed the lives of Fives and Hardcase. And though Fives kills it with a thermal detonator, well, Skywalker and his clones, well, they would take a break before preparing for their mission, and the Umbarans, well, execute a sneak attack, and, you know, this forces them to retreat. Then an airstrike by Master Crow would save them just in the nick of time. But then Crow would approach Anakin with a discerning message. Might have butchered that one word, yeah. And Anakin would have to return to Coruscant and to meet with the Supreme Chancellor, of course being Palpatine. And for reasons unknown, reluctant to leave his troops in the midst of battle, well, Skywalker, nevertheless, relinquishes command over his troops to Master Krell and would make the journey to the Republic capital. So, yeah, the clone troopers, they have to now work alongside with Krell, and boy, because Master Skywalker missing out on what would happen next in the next 3 episodes, like, I tell ya. So as soon as Anakin would depart, well, Krell would adopt a very deserved, conceding stance towards the clone troopers and showing them no respect or consideration, and his very harsh determination to complete the mission at all costs would gradually raise the ire of the clone troopers, yeah. And when they would reach the capital, well, Crow would then insist on a change in the attack plan, opting on a full frontal assault on the capital's main road instead of a series of primitive surprise attacks against the enemy's defenses, of course, which would expose them to a heavy enemy attack. Yep. And yeah, and then Rex, as he feared, and then the battle would begin and to run into enemy traps, and with the mines on the main road and all-out ambush, which, would claim the lives of many troopers, sadly. Then Rex, well, he would order his troops to retreat in order to attain more advantages and fighting position, and though frustrated by the clones by retreating, well, Master Crow would order additional troopers and AT-RT drivers to save Rex and his men, and after they would repel the natives, well, Crow would immediately criticize Rex for retreating and compromising his plans. But, yeah, in that situation, Rex knew what he was doing, so, yeah. And then Rex and Fives, because, well, they would stand up to him and, voicing their protests, and, well, by pointing out that, and while they are aware of the importance of their mission and their expectations to obey their generals, well, they are also concerned about the welfare of their men. Of course, yeah, because they're all brothers. Well, then General Kroll would eventually give Rex a dubious compliment, but before Rex and Fives, they have time to contemplate Krell's words more thoroughly. And then the Umbarans would launch a counterattack and, well, forcing them to refocus on the battle. Yep. So, with what the first episode of the second arc has in store, man, I tell you. But then what would come next in the next 3 episodes? Which, yep, because now, of course, moving on to the next episode of the second arc. Anchorman, I don't suppose you know, is the name of this arc, would it be the Umbaran arc or something else? Would you know by any chance?
Umbara.
Okay, so it's called the Umbaran arc.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I mean, and what's since coming back to you, Anchorman, because what did you think of the first episode of the Umbaran arc?
I thought it was good. I thought it was clever that they had Anakin leave the planet because Palpatine doesn't want him to die on the battlefield.
Yeah, Palpatine knew what would happen there. So, and like I said, Anakin missing out quite a lot on what would happen in the rest of what goes on that planet. Yeah. But, yep, that's true. All right, but then we now move on to episode 8. Yes. Which, of course, being the general. Yep, the second act of the Umbaran arc. Right. Description / the story. Krell would send Captain Rex and his troopers on an impossible mission to conquer a heavily fort-field Umbaran airbase. Yeah. So, with what goes down in the general, well, because basically the troopers of the 501st Legion, they are hard-pressed in holding their current position under the relentless Umbaran attacks from the ground and the air. And, well, them being unable to break through the support, through to support the, Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, and, well, Obi-Wan would ask Master Krell to assault a nearby airbase, which, is being used as a supply staging area for the capital's defenses. And the battalion would regroup and proceed toward the airbase. And citing the urgency of Kenobi's current situation, well, Krell would discard Rex's suggestion to scout for a secure route, and by ordering the troops to advance along the central gorge. And despite Rex's protest, well, that narrow route would only allow advances by single squads. And, well, this order would divide the troopers as some begin to openly criticize Krell's misguided strategy, rightfully so, while others press for pushing on to finish the mission. And with Fives being the most vocal of the protests, in an attempt to quiet the man, well, Rex would take Fives aside and just urging him to help promote unity among the troopers. And despite Fives' assurance that Krell's strategies are too costly, well, Rex would insist that it is their duty as soldiers to follow orders, even if they don't like it. Not all of them have to. And yeah, the event at the cost of their own lives, etc. And yeah, pressed by Fives, yeah, Rex would finally break off the discussion, and citing loyalty to his code as his only response. And Rex, then dividing the battalion into separate groups under the leadership of Fives, Hardcase, and himself, of course. And with them beginning to make their way down the gorge, and, well, once well underway, however, they would the lead group would then be ambushed by several Caterpillar tanks, Very interesting, yeah, these caterpillar tanks that we see, in which they cause heavy casualties among their ranks, and with the combined use of rocket launchers and the thermal detonators that set up as landmines, and the troops, they would eventually turn the tide against the monstrosities. Like, yeah, and what say you, Anchorman? Like, any comment you have on those caterpillar tanks? They were pretty cool.
Is that what they use? Those ship things, tiny ships?
Well, yeah, I mean, as what I explained about the caterpillar tanks, what happens at the moment of that episode. I mean, just overall, like, to see like more of those like machines, weapons, and all that, because being modeled after bugs. Like, of course, we've seen those spider-like droids, and where we've seen them on Geonosia, so yeah, they're pretty cool. But anyways, like, back on point, because, well, as the troops would continue to advance, yeah, with them encountering the next hazard in the form of a Umbaran spider cannons. Yeah. And, hey, coincidentally, because I was mentioning about, like, spider-like droids. And yeah, with those Umbaran spider cannons, and whose heavily firepower would force them into retreating yet again. Well, Krell would refuse to accept Rex's retreat or send him reinforcements, and stubbornly insisting that he and his men are not to give any ground to the enemy whatsoever. And even if, like, okay, that's understandable, but if it was handled in a different way, the right positive way, unlike what Krell is doing, yeah. And then the battalion, sustenance with heavy casualties, and the mobile cannons, they prove impervious to their rocket launches, unfortunately, and making further assaults seem hopeless, and faced with imminent defeat. And then Rex would quickly develop an alternative scheme to Krell's plan by sending Fives and Hardcase on a stealth mission to the airbase, and with the intent to commandeer a pair of the Umbarian starfighters, and to use against the tanks. Well, then when Rex would explain to his plans to Krell, the Jedi Master himself furiously would dissounce the idea, and would order Rex to resume full frontal assault. And then Rex and his clones, being unable to advance to the airbase, and due to heavy resistance, but they would still continue to battle the Umbaran assault tanks. And then Rex ordering the clones to stand their ground, and as long as possible, the best they can to their abilities. And, well, by buying Fives and Hardcase enough time to complete their objective. And in the meantime, Fives and Hardcase, they would reach the compound perimeter, and where they would encounter a sensor wall, and after, planting the explosives at the base of the tree, the two of them would scale it and evade the fences, and, Fives would trigger the explosives, being a distraction, and, both troopers, they would quickly take position of a pair of Umbaran fighters. And then, the holographic controls would prove difficult to the Master, but after some harrowing maneuvers, the clones, they would manage to get the fighters airborne and make for battlefields, and the Commandeer fighters just arriving, and just as Rex and his men, are on the brink of defeat, and the superior firepower of the Umbaran aircraft, and, makes quick work for the tanks. Good to see. And, the enemy vehicles, being subdued in short order, and allowing the remaining clones to advance, by securing the airbase. And, Krell, eyes the successful stunt with cold acknowledgement. Of course he would. And, he would order Apu, I think I'm saying it right, and the rest of the battalion to move out at the base. And Rex rightfully so, praising Fives and Hardcase, and before being confronted by the general himself. And after reporting the success of the mission, well, Krell would prove dismissive of the clones' losses, and declaring that, it is the price of victory before departing and leaving Rex indignant but silent. And then Fives remarking to Rex that it is the general who is refusing to realize the cost of his orders. Ain't that the truth? But yeah, with what the second episode in the Umbara arc the general has in store, interesting, and yeah, because like, again, the clone troopers, from Rex and Fives and Hardcase, they know what they're doing, and not so much for General Krell. But yeah, just overall, the 8th episode and the second episode of the Umbara arc was really good. Yeah, and what say you, Anchorman? Because anything else left you have to say about episode 8, The General?
Wasn't the scene where they're trying to pilot the mini ship, and then one of the clones is talking to Karel, like how Han Solo was talking to the Imperial Admiral?
Yes, yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
That was a good reference.
Okay. Alright, so yeah, just overall, as we said, episode 8, The General, another excellent episode in the Umbara arc, the second arc of Season 4, of course. Okay, now on to episode 9, Plan of Descent. Yeah, I already read the, because I read the description / the stories of all 4 episodes. Alright, but, so, with what happens in episode 9, yep. Well, while the clone troopers, they prepare to secure the airbase, Kenobi would call in with further bad news. As his own forces are pushed back by long-range missiles, fired, and, well, the Umbaran forces, they deprived of their airbase, and they are now being resupplied by a support ship guarded by a strong fleet of Congenant, and before he can give more information, well, the Umbarans jam the transmission, and whereupon Krell would decide to march directly to the capital city and to end the war on this planet once and for all, and dismissing any attempt to reconnect with Master Kenobi and to coordinate a joint attack. And as Rex, he tried to suggest to the general, but of course General Krell not having any of it. And, well, when Rex would brief his men about the impending new mission, well, the troopers would begin to argue amongst themselves, and some, including Rex, if reluctantly, and Dogma, they maintain their loyalty to Krell as a Jedi general, but others, especially Fives and Jess, they openly question his military competence, and which is obviously clouded by his own stubbornness and lack of regard for his men. Yeah. And while discussing the dilemma with Captain Rex, well, Fives would inform the captain that, well, the clones have accessed the Umbaran fighters, and also by accessing the access codes, and giving them the capability to sneak past enemy defenses undetected. And, well, Rex then persuading and forwards the plan to Krell, but the ballistic Jedi, because, man, are just refusing to waste any men on what he calls frivolous adventures. And Rex being disappointed by this, well, he would relay the news to the squad. However, Fives insists that they would go on with the sneak attack nevertheless. And this would begin to create friction among the squad, and with most of the clones agreeing with Fives. And, well, with the notable exception of Dogma, and who grows suspicious of his dissenting brothers. And after leaving the barracks, well, Fives would confront the captain, challenging him for standing for Krell's plan. And though, visibly conflicted, the captain himself would attempt to convince Fives that they are honor-bound to follow their orders. one way or the other, and considering themselves as part of the greater picture without questioning, and growing frustrated with Rex, well, Fives insisting that he cannot follow the orders that he knows are wrong, and allowing the others to suffer as a result, and, well, expressing sentiment that he cares more for the lives of his friends and brothers than doing what he is told. Well, Fives would break off the conversation and, well, stating that the intents of, to find accomplices for his plan, leaving Rex increasingly disturbed and torn. Yeah, but, little do they all realize, because, well, yeah, as we know, Krell is the one pulling the strings. Yeah, the puppet master right here. And then in the hangar, with what happens next, well, Fives and Hardcase, they would attempt to sneak crash course with one of the Umbaran fighters. However, the practice would literally become a crash when the fighter would prove too hard to control for Hardcase, and causing the damage and disruption to the facility, and finally, yeah, one of their fellow troops and missile accidentally fired by Hardcase give the game away. Then Fives and Hardcase would just barely manage to explain the mayhem away with a booby trap that's left in the fighter's programming. But, this would only serve to reinforce Krell's argument that the fighter infiltration mission will lead to disaster. Yeah, and when he would officially discard the plan and prompting Rex to eye the dissenters with exasperation. Yeah, and, well, despite the setback, Fives, Hardcase, and Jess, they would decide to go through their scheme nevertheless, and, well, Fives laying out a plan to attack to supply ship's main reactor from inside, and, well, by recalling that as a boy, Skywalker had performed the same tactic before. Interesting, nice callback there. And before they would leave, Fives would alert Rex and telling him that he has every intention of going through with his plan because, he believes it is right. Yeah, and Rex realizing nothing he can say will talk them out of this. And, yeah, warning that he will not be able to cover for them when they are caught. And then the rogue troopers, yeah, would commandeer 3 of the Umbaran fighters, and they would take off towards the supply fleet. And in the meantime, well, Dogma would notice that Fives and his cohorts, they are not in the barracks, and conceive Tup to join him in altering General Krell, but alerting General Krell and, yeah, warning him that, to not do so would make them complicit in the crime. Yeah. And then meanwhile, Krell, because, he is as yet unaware of this true situation. Yeah. Well, yeah, by proceeding to reprimand Rex about the unauthorized start of the fighters, and despite his early warning to Fives, Rex congenially would explain that the fighters were launched for Reconcience mission for the upcoming assault on the capital, and ailing Krell's suspicions for the moment. But then, yeah, by spotting Dogma and Tup attempting to make their way to Krell and to manage to turn them away at the last moment. Well, Fives, Hardcase, and Jess, because with them arriving at their target, but only to find the supply fleet under heavy attack from the Republic's space forces. And, well, they would manage to sneak their way into the supply ship's main hangar. However, a battle droid would eventually discover the pilot's true nature, and then by raising the alarm, and the reactor being put on raid shields immediately, and foiling the clones' attempt to blast them, literally, and just then leaving them to face an approaching droid interpretation force. Yeah, and Hardcase would spontaneously detach the missile pod from his fighter, and by exiting the vessel, and then would guide it back hand in the reactor system, and he would sacrifice himself to ensure the mission's success. Well, and then Fives and Jess, they would make a daring escape from the exploding ship, and while Rex and Tup would watch the explosion from the ground, and prompting a proud smile from Rex. That's great. Then Fives and Jess, they would make it back to the airbase, and where they and Rex and Tup, they share a brief moment of remembrance of Hardcase's passing, and the squad, being confronted by a Poe, and then a few other troops, and, because who informed Rex that the rogue clones are to be taken to Krell? And in order to protect Fives and Jess, well, Rex would attempt to take the blame upon himself, whereupon Fives attempts to do the same in favor of Rex, but, well, Krell, he proves unforgiving in any case, and, promises harshly to both Fives and Jess, court-martialed and being executed for their act of insubordination. And the other clones that we see, in this arc, from Hardcase and a Poe, they're interesting clones. Yeah, never fails, because, we have established before, to see more of these clones, especially in the Clone Wars, each of them having their own personalities, and what each of them are like, it just makes the show great, and because, the show is called The Clone Wars, so there you go. Yeah, and what say you, Anchorman, because, anything to say on, the new clones that we see in this arc from a Poe and Hardcase, etc.?
I thought the clones are pretty good.
Mm-hmm. And anything...
I like seeing the 501st all come together in this arc.
Absolutely. And any comment, I was going to ask any comment from you, because, where we, of course, get a sacrifice from one of the clones, which being Hardcase.
I thought it was a good sacrifice to live to fight another day.
Yeah, exactly. And if we talked about this before, it never fails, when we come to, this clone and so on, sometimes, they just have to die. I mean, it's true. Someone has to go in a show, whatever, but still, But, just overall, the, episode, the fingers. Episode 9, so, episode 9, the fingers, of, Season 4 of The Clone Wars, that was another excellent episode, and where we're up to now in this second arc, Plan of Dissent, very interesting, and, things not looking too good with the clones, and, and where we see a few of them going rogue, and in the end, one of them sacrificing themselves, as was mentioned, another good one. And, coming back to you, Anchorman, because, anything else left you have to say about, episode 9?
This is the one where before they find out Corell is a traitor?
Correct.
Yeah, it was definitely a good episode for sure.
Absolutely. And now, we come to the 10th episode, and which being the 4th and final episode of the Umbarian arc. Carnage of Krell, that's right. So, now with what happens in Carnage of Krell, and yes, because, by this episode where, very later on, the clones would discover, because, again, as I said most prominently, where the one that's been pulling the strings, the Puppet Master, has been Jedi Master / General Krell all this time. Oh, man. And especially with what happens and when they discover that he's a flat-out traitor. Oh, boy, because it gets great. So, with what all happens in episode 10, Carnage of Krell, Rex would meet with the General in his command tower, and by asking him to consider Fives and Jess's court-martial, however, Krell just flat-out refusing to back down on the grounds, and that the two as being labeled as traitors, an insubordination, will inspire others to rebel against his command as well. And again, demonstrating his high disregard for the troops. And, well, General Krell would claim that they don't have any more time to waste. And he then would order Rex to organize an imminent execution. Well, Rex would descend to the brig to retrieve Fives and Jess, and by informing them of their impending fate, then an announcement that, that they do not take lightly, and, well, Rex, feeling helpless to resist, and though, he does assure the prisoners that they will not let Krell's injustice go unpunished, and in an apparent acceptance, well, Fives would tell Rex that they knew that they would be punished for their actions, an admission which Jess does not appreciate. And then Fives and Jess, with them being escorted out of the and placed in front of a firing squad led by Dogma, and who is the only one who shows no discomfort, not at all, with the idea of executing his fellow clones, his own brothers, yeah. And as the men, they would take aim, Fives suddenly would appeal to his brothers and telling them that they are not unthinking droids, but sentient and intelligent beings. And then Fives would then argue that the clones are men and who not only follow orders, but also serve loyalty, and, and who also must be trusted to make their own decisions, rightfully so. And when, their orders are clearly wrong and disregarding Fives' appeal, Dogma would order the execution squad to fire, but the clones intentionally miss, and despite Dogma's appeals to carry out the order, he would find no support among the firing squad or with Rex. And who merely replies, "Good luck finding anyone to do it." And then orders Fives and Jess to be released. And then after the failed execution, General Krell would order Rex and Dogma to the tower, addressing the former as making a big mistake by crossing him. And before Rex and Krell can come to blow over the matter, the tower would receive a transmission from a clone scout informing them that the Umbarans are preparing another offensive, possibly with the aid of clone armor and weapons captured from a platoon. And then Krell would decide on a pre-emptive strike, the troops, and having them to move out, the troops. But they would be ambushed by what they believed to be enemies in disguise. And then Rex venturing across the enemy lines and then investigating the corpse of one of the supposedly disguised Umbarans, but to his, the horror on his face, the soldier turns out to be one of them, a clone trooper from the 212th Attack Battalion, and realizing that they've been deceived, Rex would break into a run across the battlefield and frantically ordering his men to remove their helmets, and by revealing their true identities. And to their misled comrades. And the fighting grinds to a halt, but both sides have already taken heavy casualties among the 212 platoon leader, Waxer, and, Waxer informing Rex that the general himself had given the same orders to his men as he did to Rex. Now the wheels are turning, and now it's all coming together, what they're now discovering by this point, and claiming that the enemy was wearing clone armor. And before he dies, from his wounds, that's right. And shaken and stunned, the troops of the 501st and the 212th, would rally under Rex, and despite the potentially treasonous nature of the act, Rex would order the volunteers to apprehend and arrest Krell for treachery against the Republic. And with them returning to the airbase, they would release Jess and Fives, and of course they would confront Krell in the command tower. Uninterpreted Krell would flippantly admits to ordering the clones against each before he attacks, and cutting down several of the clones in an intense close quarters fight before, well, smashing through the tower windows. Man, like, that was an epic moment right there. You know, and just like, yeah, the fight that happens between Krell and the clone troopers, just that was an awesome moment. And to see Krell in action with his lightsabers, like, what say you, Anchorman, coming back to you, like, what say you on that fight between Krell and the troopers?
This is one of my favorite sequences of the show, the clones versus Mon Cala. I love it where Rex gathers all of them together to take down Krell after what he did to Boyle.
Uh-huh.
It was cool seeing Rex stand up against Krell, and they weren't afraid to take him down.
Nope. And even if it cost most of them their lives, which, yeah, because Krell being very quick and fast and just kill and murder some of those clones, that's for sure. But but I'm on the same page as you, because yeah, I mean, that would be for me, because I would have to really give it some thought. But I would say, like, that sequence itself, because the clones versus Krell, like, yeah, there's no denying that was an epic moment to come from that episode, like, definitely. But alright, but getting back on point, because, well, with Rex and his men beginning to give pursued, Dogma, whom, has deserted the group beforehand, and then intercepts them, and holding them at gunpoint and disowning them as traitors. In an intense standoff, Rex would argue that despite their engineering, the clones, they are not droids, and that they must make their own decisions. And after a final warning from Tup, Dogma would then be arrested, and Rex, by continuing leading his men to pursue General Krall. And while the clones, they are searching in the jungles for Krell, well, Krell, of course, ambushing his pursuers, of course, and Tup at one point being thrown aside during the carnage and landing near a native Vixus, he has Rex to lure the treacherous Jedi to the Carnivarious plant. So to see to see that kind of plant, and this kind of plant that resides on this planet, oh dear. And resulting in Krell being shaken down by the monster and being stunned by Tup. So now they brought Krell in. He's been defeated. And Krell, he would admit to Captain Rex's questioning that having foreseen the rise of a new order in the galaxy and seeking to gain from it, and, well, with him having abandoned his Jedi principles and in favor of a self-serving ideology, and, well, with him also revealing that his intention of sabotaging the Republic war effort, and by giving away vital information to the Umbarans, and with the ultimate aim of being recognized by Count Dooku himself, and by becoming his new apprentice. And then Dogma would turn against Krell and would disown him as a traitor, but, Krell would respond that he merely took advantage of his blind loyalty. Of course he did. And then after leaving the prison, well, Rex and his squad, they would be informed by Apo that Krell has sabotaged the airbase's communications and had been feeding them misinformation. And then Kenobi's men have long since captured the capital, but the surviving Umbarans, they are now on their way to attack the airbase, and fearing that they might not be able to hold them off, well, Rex and his men would decide that that the renegade Jedi is too dangerous to be left alive, and, well, by returning to the prison, Fives would release Dogma, and Rex would prepare to execute Krell, and Krell would then taunt Captain Rex, of course he would, and confidently asserting that Rex is unable to actually fire, and killing a Jedi and such. Rex hesitant, he hesitates, and just, again, being mocked by Krell. However, the basilic is cut off Mistance by a shot in the back of Dogma. Yep. By using pistols, he slipped from Fives' holster, and Dogma then affirms his actions, and being angered that he was fooled into killing his own brothers. And even Dogma saying that, he had to do it, and rightfully so. And yep, that's the end and demise of the flat-out traitor of the Jedi Order, Master Krell. Yep. And as the clones would regroup at the airbase, well, Fives would inform Rex that Kenobi's men have routed the remaining Umbarans, and they've secured all sectors, and marking the end of the invasion. And Dogma, well, even though he did do the right thing, killing Krell, he's still going to be taken into custody, of course. And yeah, with him receiving a nod of affirmation from Rex from his act, yeah. And as Fives and Rex would watch the wounded being, cared for, Rex would question the reasons for the war, and Fives attempting to reassure Rex by stating that, and as it was shown in the preview for Season 4, clip of Fives saying, "Someday, this war is going to end." That is so great, to hear that coming straight from one of the clones, oh my gosh. But little did they realize what would come next later on. And yeah, because with what Fives says, in which Rex, he would respond by questioning what will happen to the clones. And yeah, because again, little did they realize what's going to happen next for them. Wow, just yeah. The 10th and final episode in the second arc of Clone Wars Season 4, Carnage of Krell. It was excellent, yeah. With what the second arc of Season 4 had to offer, brilliant from beginning to end, and where, because the clones having to deal with, and whom they're taking orders from, and when they realize that he's the puppet master, pulling the strings, and yeah, having each of them fighting, side by side, and just all that, and with what goes down in that episode, it's amazing, it really is. Alright, and what say you, Anchorman, because, yeah, your final thoughts and words on episode 10, Carnage of Krell, yeah, which being the fourth and last episode in this arc.
Yeah, it was a good episode, the way they took down Krell. I even wondered as a kid how they were going to take him down, since he's got lightsabers and they all got blasters.
Yeah, good question.
And Krell's death was definitely satisfying.
Yeah, good question at first, and, well, they managed to bring him in. And, yeah, because with what you said, how Krell's death turned out, very satisfying. I mean, he deserved it. Yeah. The line-manipulating Jedi, just, yeah, hard to believe, because even the Jedi themselves in the Council, they had no idea. And it's natural, understandable, because they could not sense it. They could not sense the fact that one of their own being a traitor and such. Yeah. And, because, very rarely / occasionally, where we've seen where, there can be a Jedi that, doesn't find anything hopeful in the Republic, and that goes for the Jedi. Because, yeah, best example before Krell, Dooku, of course, him being in that same territory, too. Just as, Krell would be. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, just overall, the 10th and final episode of the 4 episodes of this second arc. Yeah, Carnage of Krell. Excellent. Okay, so now on to the next batch of episodes, this being another one of those that's a trilogy episode arc. Yep, episodes 11, 12, and 13. Episode 11, Kidnapped. Episode 12, Slaves of the Republic. And episode 13, Escape from Kadovo. Might be butchering that one word, but yeah. Alright, so, of course, yeah, reading the description / the stories. Yeah, episode 11, Kidnapped. The Separatists support Zygerrian slavers in taking over a Tokurota colony on the neutral planet Kiros. And Anakin and Ahsoka, they would race to defuse a series of bombs, while Obi-Wan would face the Zygerrian leader, Darth Danar. Episode 12, Slaves of the Republic. On the planet Zygerria, Anakin would pose as a slaver with Ahsoka, and as his prize, that being Ahsoka, and while Obi-Wan and Rex, the two of them, would seek out the whereabouts of the missing Tokurota colony. And episode 13, Escape from Kadov. While Obi-Wan and Rex are forced to work at the Kadov slave camps, Dooku would arrive at Zygerria and would demand the execution of the captured Jedi. Alright, so turning over to you once again, Anchorman. What are the first things you have to say about the trilogy arc of this, and of course with the first of the 3 episodes?
This episode's a dark one because they explore slavery, and we see more Anakin's dark side because he doesn't like slaves.
Because he himself having been one before.
Mm-hmm.
And anything like, like the Zygerrians and the Tokurotas, to see them in this trilogy arc, and especially to see more of Ahsoka's people. Oh, both Ahsoka and Shaak Ti, because Shaak Ti, of course, being a Tokurota, but just overall, in general, because anything to say with the Tokurotas and the Zygerrians in this?
I thought the Zygerria were interesting species. I liked how they got their own little lightsabers, like the lightsaber whips.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are cool. And anything, and also, besides the Zygerrians, the Tokurotas?
That was cool, seeing Ahsoka's species get explored, and then...
Indeed so, yeah. Alright, by the way, because... I don't know if you would recall, Anchorman, because, how many of the deleted scenes you've seen, but apparently, because during, the opening narration of the first of the 3 episodes, there was one shot, this piece of animation that was cut, where apparently, 2 Tokurotas, they're high-fiving one another, or something like that. I mean, if you would recall seeing that, Anchorman, any comment you have on that?
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Well, of course, it's in the bonus features, but I've seen it, and I'm sure you have too, but very interesting. I don't know, not that I'm complaining, because it's alright, I guess, and besides, what's wrong with any alien species? It depends, say, on their personalities, when they can have a bit of fun, or whatever the case, but I'm just simply saying, well, even though it was cut, I guess maybe it would have been too much, too humorous. I don't know. Maybe they're overdoing it. Hard to say. Yeah. Alright, but to break down the first of the 3 episodes of this trilogy arc, Kidnapped, being the 11th episode. Well, in the face of an imminent separatist invasion, the Tokurotan governor by the name of Gupat Rashti, I think I'm saying that right, whom, of the planet Kiros, would decide to negotiate with Count Dooku for the welfare of his people, and knowing that the assistance that Yoda promised him, it will come, it's going to come too late. And upon landing, Dooku would offer the transfer of the Tokurota into what he calls a temporary safe haven. And while his forces, battle the Republic Army on the planet, and consequently, and when the Republic forces under the command of Skywalker, Kenobi, and Ahsoka, they would land on the surface of Kiros and to explore the colony, they would encounter none of the colonists. Instead, they are met by a unit of droid commandos, of course. Yep. And whom they defeat easily, of course they would. And eventually they penetrate the colony up to the governor's tower, and which serves as the headquarters of the separatist occupation forces commander, the Zygerrian himself, as was already mentioned, Darth Danar. Darth Danar being like, the main antagonist of this episode, he was pretty good. And not to mention because the Zygerrians, the accents they have, because, they would speak like this and all of that. Just, very interesting. Like, I want to say, like, I think it seems obvious because the name Zygerrian almost sounds identical to, say, Hungarian? Because, yeah, like, if you think about it, I'm pretty sure that could be intentional. Because we, of course, know, like, those that are from Hungarian, like, how they speak and such. Yeah. But, yeah, and anything from you, Anchorman, because, like, say, with Darts Dinar, the main antagonist of Episode 11?
He's like which one is this? He is the species of the Siberian people?
Yeah, again, he's the Separatist Occupation Forces commander. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like the evil one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially because the chemistry that he and Kenobi have is like, yeah. But yeah, just overall, like, Darts Dinar, a very interesting character, and again, being the main antagonist for this. Well, Dinar would ask for Kenobi to join him in order to discuss surrender negotiations. And yeah, this offer, how Anakin reacts, being very angry about it. And this being a callback of his own childhood, because when him and his mother on Tatooine, they were once slaves, him especially. And yeah, because, Obi-Wan sharing this to Ahsoka, like, apparently this is one thing, if not many other things, that Ahsoka did not really know of, like, from Anakin's past, her master's past, yeah. And yeah, and then Obi-Wan would tell Skywalker to locate the missing colonists, and yeah, and as Anakin would ask Admiral Yularen, who appears, to indicate a planetary bioscan, and yeah, and would enlighten Ahsoka about his former apprentice's pain, yeah, because, as I said, where Obi-Wan would mention that to Ahsoka, yeah. Well, despite Obi-Wan's expectations, however, Dinar has no intention of surrendering whatsoever. Of course he wouldn't. And instead, he would intend to take Obi-Wan and the others captive and then assuring their accomplice by threatening to kill the colonists with bombs that are implanted all throughout the city. And by, surreptitiously, activating his wrist communicator, Obi-Wan would manage to allow Anakin, Ahsoka, and Cody to listen in on the conversation. And, well, the two Jedi, they would immediately depart on the ATRTs, and which they were really cool, and to find and disarm all the bombs that are all throughout the city. And, well, Anakin and Ahsoka, the two of them, would fight their way through the droids that are left in the city, and yeah, by deactivating the bombs, one by one. However, the last two bombs, they are synchronized, rigged to go off, and one of them is tampered with, and, well, even before the Jedi can disable both of them, well, two sniper droids would begin to fire at them. And yeah, like, it's the same type of droid as the destroyers, as they're called, yeah, because really cool. What'd you think of those, by any chance do you recall, like, the sniper droids, Anchorman, like, what'd you think on the sniper droids?
What droids were they?
Well, they were the same ones where, because they roll like balls,
I'm not sure. I'd have to see them.
Well, okay, but my point being is that, yeah, it's really cool to see where they seem unstoppable at first. I mean, even when, like, we see Anakin and Ahsoka using their lightsabers to, hit the blaster bolt back at them, like, yeah, it's not taking them down or damaging them. And yeah, because with the sniper droids firing at them, and yeah, because with the pinning the pair behind the Separatist platforms in the square, however, because yeah, with them managing to find the weakness, of course, every droid in the Separatist army is going to have a weakness. I mean, in the case of the B-1 battle droids, their weakness is the entirety of them, because as George Lucas best said it, that they are useless, and Jedi, with their lightsabers, carving them down like butter. Literally. So there you go. With them finding a weakness in the droid's design and disabling them, and by disarming the bombs seconds before they explode. Well, in the meantime, to divert Dinar's attention from the disarming attempt, Kenobi would exploit the Zygerrians' ancient hatred of the Jedi to goad him into a hand-to-hand combat. And on terms that the loser would surrender unconditionally to the victor. And in order to stall, well, Kenobi does not fight back. But when Dinar learns that the Jedi have disabled the explosives, oh boy, he's not happy about this. And yeah, he would attempt to run for it. And yeah, by covering his escape with a bomb attached to the back of his tactical droid, and which being alerted by Kenobi, Ahsoka and Anakin would chase the fleeing Zygerrian to his ship, and managing to leap on board, and they would disable one of the ship's engines and slowly escaping and enter the via cargo bay. And however, what Dinar would do next, he would release his Bickus on the two Jedi, because I will feed you, as he says. And with the Bickus attacking and wrapping its tentacles around them and, just coiling them, and even, one of the tentacles, coiling around, Ahsoka's foot, and Ahsoka able to cut it off and by escaping, but Skywalker's arms, they're still trapped and making it difficult for him to use his lightsaber. And, well, it's nothing intentional from Ahsoka, but as Anakin told Ahsoka that Ahsoka's only making the creature angry. But but just overall, in the end, Skywalker manages to take down the Bickus, and Ahsoka sneaking in, and, well, when going up against Dinar. But in the end, Ahsoka beats down Dinar in the cockpit of the ship, and with Anakin furiously threatening Dinar to reveal the colonists. Where are they? Dinar would reveal that his queen intends to use them as merchandise in a slave auction to recruit, resurrect the, Zygerrians' ancient slavery tradition. And finishing his planetary bioscan. And Yularen would confirm that the colonists are nowhere on Cryos. And, well, the Jedi Council, suspecting Sith activity, they would task the three Jedi, and Rex and R2 tagging along, with finding the colonists and rescuing them. So Episode 11, Kidnapped. That was excellent. The first of the 3 episodes in this trilogy arc, with the Tolkerotans, the Zygerrians. And then, what say you, Anchorman? Is there anything else you have to say about Episode 11, Kidnapped?
We see a lot of Anakin's dark side, where the scene where he crushes a hologram.
Indeed.
We see more of the dark side of him. A lot of people say he makes too many jokes in the show. I don't really understand that criticism, because we do see a lot of Anakin's dark side throughout the show.
I'm on the same page as you. I don't know where... I find it weird, baffling. Where are they getting this from? Okay, because this is not the first time where there's some funny moments to come from Skywalker. Especially when it's, say, either him and Obi-Wan, or, say, him and Ahsoka. We know this. Seriously, guys? Why would you... I don't know, with what Anchorman established. But, surely you guys would know, because a good chunk of times in the Clone Wars where Anakin does show his dark side. Alright, but moving on to the second episode in the trilogy arc. Episode 12, which being, Slaves of the Republic. And by the way, because I of course recall that this was the last episode of Clone Wars to be out in 2011, because, following early 2012, we would come to the next episode. Anyways, so, with what happens in episode 12? Well, Skywalker, Kenobi, Ahsoka, Rex, and R2 would all travel to Zygerria aboard the ship that they've managed to hijack and such. and they would have to obtain which they've obtained from Dinar, and well, they would only find the orbit of the planet crawling with spaceships, and which, being a sign of important event, and before they would disembark, because, of course, they would disguise themselves and form 2 teams. Yep, because Obi-Wan and Rex, they are to find out the location of the kidnapped Tok'ra colonists, while Anakin and Ahsoka, them being disguised as a master and a slave. Of course, makes sense for Ahsoka playing the part of a slave. And with them to go meet the Zygerrian queen. And in the slave markets near the palace, well, Ahsoka would draw unwelcome attention when she prevents a Zygerrian slaver from whipping one of his slaves. One of her own people. And Anakin slyly drops a hint that he has news for the queen regarding one Bruno Denturi. And whereupon he and Ahsoka are invited to the palace by order of the queen herself, and posing as a slaver by the name of Lars Quell. And Anakin, being quick to win the queen's favor, and he would claim that he killed Denturi and seized Ahsoka from his abode, and while Anakin is conserving with the queen, one of her slaves would attempt to stab herself. Stab her, and when Anakin would prevent the slave girl from murdering the queen and facing repossessing the girl's throat, well, she would throw herself literally off the balcony to her own death. Who can blame her? And that being a Twi'lek. A green Twi'lek girl. Well, and the queen herself, Queen Mirage, I think I'm saying that right, would decide to take Ahsoka as her new slave, and whereupon Anakin would quickly grant Ahsoka as a gift, and winning Mirage's trust even more. And enchanted by Anakin, she would invite him to attend to that night's slave auction by her side. And in the meantime, Obi-Wan and Rex, with them proceeding to the slave pits where they find the Tok'ra governor of Kiros, Gupat Rashti, whom is weak and broken from his ordeal and unable to learn from him where the other colonists have gone. Well, Obi-Wan would decide to free him first. However, altered guards would manage to stop and capture Kenobi and Rashti, and while Rex, he managed to escape. He did not get discovered / got caught. And, well, the Zygerrians, they would torture Kenobi and trying to find out who he is. However, Ati Malek would recognize Kenobi in the instant, and from his conversation with Darth Dinar on Kiros. And coming back to you, Anchorman, because, what'd you think of, because when we are now introduced to the characters of Atai Malek and the Queen herself, Queen Mirage, in general, what say you on them?
Which character is again?
Again, it's the characters of Atai Malek and the Queen herself, Mirage.
I thought her relationship with Anakin was interesting, even though she dies in his arms.
Yep. Boy, Padme's lucky she wasn't there, because I guarantee you she would have said something to the Queen. And obviously, because, Anakin being loyal to Padme, But who'd have thought that, we would see, the Queen just having an interest in Skywalker. But anyways, so then, back on point, because at the auction, Rashti is the first slave to be put on offer, and as a sample of the Tok'ra people, and then suddenly the Queen would announce a special guest, which of course being Kenobi. And Anakin and Ahsoka did not expect this, and well, the Queen would order Anakin to whip Obi-Wan with the Electro Whip, because as you did mention, Anchorman, the special kind of lightsaber whip that the Zygerrians have, but because they are referred to as Electro Whips. Still cool. And before the eyes of the assembled bidders, to prove his motivations, and with the aid of Ahsoka, R2, and Rex, and who has managed to sneak his way into the auction, Anakin would improvise and an escape. And because each of them looking at one another, Rex, Anakin, Ahsoka, they're nodding at one another. This is clearly, it is, a nod to what happened in Return of the Jedi, where each of the characters are nodding one another, and, Luke giving a salute. Same goes for Anakin, because, just, it's brilliant. Well, yeah, again, with him improvising an escape, however, in a short battle that follows, well, all of them would be taken down. Yep. First Ahsoka, then Rex, Obi-Wan, and Anakin. Yeah, and R2, well, he got lucky. And yeah, because, Mirage, what's happened to each of them? Well, Mirage has Anakin brought to her bedchamber and announces to him that he will serve her as her personal slave and bodyguard, and in exchange for the lives of his friends. Ahsoka, she would remain in the palace, being locked in a cage as a slave, while Obi-Wan and Rex and Rashti, all three are brought to the Zygerrian reprocessing center on Kadov, yeah, and where the other Tokorotans are also being held, and, well, Kenobi being forced into submission by the Senator's warden, Keeper, the warden, yeah, the Keeper himself, Agris, yeah, whom is, in a floating chair. He's confined to a floating chair, basically. And whom emphasizes his point by slaying several Tokorotan prisoners and threatening to do worse to the others. And, well, should Obi-Wan ever think of rebellion, well, Mirage, trying to draw Anakin to her side, would point out that as a Jedi and servant of the Republic, that he is a virtual slave already. And with her offering to free his friends if he would join her willingly. And yeah, an offer which does leave Anakin thinking. Yeah, but I think it's obvious, what the case really is, because, for Anakin and such, of course, yeah. But yeah, episode 12, again, the second entry in this trilogy arc, with the Zygerrians, the Tokorotas, another excellent episode. I had a good time with this one, and, when I first watched it, and I watched it a couple of other times, and not long after the episode came out, yeah, I thought this was a really good one. It's hard to say because, I didn't bring this up because any favorite episodes from any of these arcs in Season 4, for me, I guess, the second arc in Season 4, probably the last one would be my favorite. And as for this, probably the second one, the middle one, probably. Yeah, but just overall, Episode 12, Slaves of the Republic. Very interesting to see what goes on next for the characters. Because with what happened in Episode 11... Then when it continues on with Episode 12, yeah, because now we have Anakin, Obi-Wan, Rex, and Ahsoka impersonating, those that, where they can blend with those on Zygerria, and it's really cool. And also to acknowledge the characters some more, because, yeah, Dinar being voiced by Nick Jameson, yeah, and also, yeah, because, yeah, he was in Episode 11. Atai Malik being voiced by Ricardo Mahmoud Vega. Yeah, I think I'm saying that right. Yeah, they did very well with what they brought to those two characters. And then when it comes to, say, Episode 12, Slaves of the Republic, where we're first introduced to the Queen herself. The Queen... having been voiced by Rajar Baradi. Might be butchering her last name some, but again, me sometimes. No, she did very great. She did very great with what she brought to the Queen in this episode and in the next one. Anyways, and what say you, Anchorman? Because, any last words you have on Episode 12 itself, Slaves of the Republic?
I like how Rex takes out one of the slavers with using the staff to kill him.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Also, like, I meant to point this out because there's a moment where, like, we see one of the huts make an appearance. I think, yeah, it's the one with the eyeglass. Yeah, that one. Because we, making a brief appearance in Slaves of the Republic. But, yeah. All right, anything else you have left to say, Anchorman, or are you good?
Yeah, this arc's good.
All right. So, now moving on to the third and last episode of this trilogy arc. And yeah, turning back to you, Anchorman, because, like, you wouldn't happen to know, like, the specific name of this trilogy arc?
Is this the Obi-Wan in prison?
Well, again, like with the Zygerrians, the Tokurota, the slaves, and all that, like, you know, if you by any chance know the specific name of the trilogy arc.
Slave arc?
Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah. Anyways, so, yeah. And, like, you know, even if there's a text or if you see the chapters, like, yeah, the chapters most prominently. Alright, so moving on, because, yeah, now on to, again, episode 13, Escape from, Cadavo. Yeah, I think I'm saying it right. So, with what happens in the 13th episode? Well, because, right now, because with what's going on, and, you know, the whereabouts of Anakin, Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, and Rex, well, because, yeah. In the meantime, Zygerria, by receiving, at one point, the queen, the Zygerria queen herself, would receive a visit from Count Dooku. But, yeah, right before that, because, well, with them being forced to slave away in the mines alongside Rex and the Tokorotan colonists of Karos, and being taunted by the facility's cruel warden, Argus, and the guards, well, Kenobi has a hard time scrawning up any spark of hope for himself or the unfortunate prisoners, and since every time he does so, one of the Tokorotans is punished in his place in order to heighten his despair. You know, in fact, there was a moment, and in the last episode, where, geez, Argus just, like, activated these hatches beneath the Tokorotan's feet, and they fall to their deaths. That's cruel right there. Man, dark. Well, and as I was about to say, because, yeah, coming back to, on the planet Zygerrian, because, yeah, the Zygerrian queen herself, by receiving a visit from Dooku, and who was sent by his master, of course, Darth Sidious, upon a summons of Ati Malik to, besought, Queen, Centel, right, from her plan to enslave and break the Jedi spirit, or kill her if she does not relent. And when Anakin himself, you know, whom she still tries to turn over to her side, would express his reluctance to serve her and would point out her submissive role to Dooku, well, she would decide that he should not attend their meeting and would get him to surrender his lightsaber before she goes to meet the Count himself. And, well, once the Queen is gone, and with the aid of R2, R2 doing all right still, Anakin would give his guards the slip and find the and would liberate his Padawan Ahsoka, and him sending her to secure their ship, and while he goes after the Queen and to question her about Kenobi and Rex's whereabouts. And then the Queen herself would explain her ambitious plan to Dooku himself, and who is not, however, quite as impressed as she had hoped, and demands instead that the Jedi, Anakin himself, be executed. And when she refuses to give up Anakin, well, the Count and Atai would turn against her. And, well, the Count, of course, using the Force choke on her, and before Anakin can reach the throne room, and finding himself outnumbered and outgunned without his lightsaber, then Anakin picking up the dying queen and, fleeing from the palace and onto their ship, and with her last breath, the queen would return the lightsaber to Anakin and reveal the location of where Obi-Wan and Rex are, where, Obi-Wan's being imprisoned. And yep, and as you mentioned, Anchorman, because where, sadly, the Queen would die in Anakin's arms. That's unfortunate. I don't know, because you think probably, because maybe by that point she was starting to improve? I don't know. and yeah, because, like, she would admit to Skywalker that he was right, you know? And even the Queen herself saying that, I am a slave just as you are. Just, yeah. Very emotional. And also just feels like, you know, now we were starting to like the Queen? Maybe she's not a bad queen at all? Just played in Dooku's tricks as well as Sidious's, that's for sure. Then in the Cordova prison facility, well, Obi-Wan and Rex then being brought into the Warden's command center, and where Dooku wouldn't conserve, he conserves with the Jedi through a hollow comlink, of course, yeah. And announcing their impending execution. But just then, Anakin, Ahsoka, and R2, they would land inside the prison, but the security systems, you know, would destroy their ship and would hold them up long enough for Dooku to attempt to make Anakin cease his assault, or the Tokaran slaves will be put to death. Unfortunately for the villain, Anakin has summoned reinforcements in the form of course, Republic Star Destroyers. And yeah, light Star Destroyer and light cruisers altogether, and the Wolf Pack being there too, which all being under the command of Plo Koon. And yeah, because Plo Koon and Wolf, because, like, Wolf had always admired Plo Koon, and if anybody knew this, and you too, Anchorman, yeah, nice to see that Wolf had some great admiration for one of the Jedi generals, in the case of being Plo Koon. Yeah, how can you not like Plo Koon? Yeah, then the prison guards, because with them scrambling to repel the attack, but in the confusion, you know, Obi-Wan and Rex, they would shake off their electronic shackles and, well, and they then attack the Warden's guards. And out of spite, Argus would activate the death trap set for the slaves in order to plunge them to their doom, as he did do, you know, at the end of the last episode, as I mentioned, and then would smash the controls, rendering imminent rescue impossible, yeah. Anakin and Ahsoka, they would penetrate the facility, and they would split up. Anakin bringing down the prisoners' defense turrets, and Ahsoka deceiving a plan to have the Republic light cruiser fly underneath the death trap and to retrieve the prisoners by having them slide down the cable lines. Even one of them was trying to reach, but almost fell to her death, but luckily for Ahsoka, managing to save her. Anybody else that did, you know, didn't reach for the poles and fell, yeah, the clone troopers helping out too. And yeah, and in the command center, Kenobi and Rex, because they would finish off the remaining Zygerrians, and Obi-Wan, he would retrieve his lightsaber, and seemingly with the intent to strike down the defenseless but loathsome Argus, which he would do so. And the Keeper, because, yeah, sardonically would reprimand him to secure the knowledge that the Jedi cannot kill an unarmed man due to the Jedi Code. Well, unfortunately for him, because, yeah, you know, and he would fail to take Captain Rex, and who is not bound by such laws, and into account. Rex, you know, hurling a guard's electro staff. Yep, because, yeah, that's what happens overall, where the electric staff, you know, with such force, goes right through the Keeper's body. Oh, man, yeah. And thus killing Argus instantly. Yeah, he deserved it, too. And with the slaves clear and the Wolf Pack, you know, they open full fire on the prisoner support struts, and by sending the hub plummeting into the caldera and killing any remaining Zygerrian slavers still inside. And with all of them once safely aboard the Republic cruiser, yep, Roshti, yeah. With how much more we get of him. He would express his thanks to Ahsoka for rescuing them, but also that with their feeling of safety shattered by this experience, and in a full trust towards the Republic, that the people of Kyros will give up their neutrality and they will join the Republic side, and rightfully so, because already have a few Tokorotans that are a part of the Order, the Jedi, of course, Shakti and Ahsoka. And, speaking more of Shakti, it's interesting to note that Shakti, having nothing to do with this arc, I think, she does appear a little bit with the Jedi Council, but that's her home world, too. You'd think that she would have some part of it, but no. I mean, in the end, it all turned out fine, and so on. I mean, granted, in the case of Ahsoka, she's one of the main characters of the Clone Wars, so there you go. But yeah, and Rashti, because to say more about Rashti, he was a pretty good character, and with his voice performance, great too. So yeah, but just overall, the 13th and final episode in the trilogy arc with the Zygerrians, the Tokorotans that are slaves. Yeah, very, very good. And had a good time with this episode, and what a way to end off on a pretty good positive note. Ahsoka's people were rescued in the end, the Zygerrians taken down, all the above. Alright, and coming back to you, Anchorman, because any final words you have to say about the about this trilogy arc and with this episode itself?
Yeah, it's a good arc, for sure. It was nice seeing the Anakin, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan team up to save the people, the Tartaryans.
Absolutely. Definitely. Couldn't agree more. Yeah. Alright, now on to episode 14, and this one being its own episode, which being A Friend in Need, and this one centering on Ahsoka, but not just her, with whom else we had seen previously in the 3rd season. Alright, description / the story. Lux, yes, disrupts a peace conference between Separatists and Republic representatives on Mandalore. Intent on safeguarding him, Ahsoka becomes involved in Lux's plan to take revenge on Count Dooku for his mother's death, because, as what happened in the events of Season 3, that's unfortunate, And because where, Lux's mother was a very good friend of Padme's. Alright, so, coming back to you, of course, Anchorman, what are the first things you have to say about Episode 14, A Friend in Need?
This is, which is this one? It was like where Ahsoka teams up with Lux?
Yes.
I like this episode.
And where, of course, we get the reappearance of the Death Watch, and one new addition whom would become a big prime part of the whole thing of Death Watch and such. I think you know, of course, who I'm talking about, viewers. You too, Anchorman, but until I mention her, of course. Okay, so, in episode 14, A Friend in Need, and with what goes on in the 14th episode, well, the first meeting between the delegates from both sides, again, Separatists and Republic, being held in the throne room of Duchess, whom, does appear, and where Padme Amidala also being there, because being accompanied by Ahsoka, and, well, Senators Bail Organa also being there too, as well as Mon Mothma, and R2 also being there too, is hard-pressed in negotiating mutually acceptable terms as the Separatists, Shiflai Vow, the members of the Separatists, Shiflai Vo Atel, because arguing for the legalization of the Separatists' government before peace can be found, and to surprise most of the attendants. However, an unexpected new arrival, which of course being Lux, now a junior senator, would enter the throne room and, with the Duchess's permission, would deliver an embittered accusation against Count Dooku for his involvement in the murder of his mother, which, of course, having been Mina Bontier. And before the Separatist delegates have him thrown out, well, fearing that he will be executed for voicing the truth, Padme would send Ahsoka after Lux. Yep, so Lux being taken by commando droid diplomats to the vessel, which, they brought the Separatist delegation to Mandalore, and before the holographic protection of Count Dooku, projection, and whom, denies any involvement in Mina's death, and indeed commands Lux to be executed for treason, at the last minute, because Lux being saved by Ahsoka, and who even would, deprived for, of her lightsabers for the duration of the negotiations. And fights their way past the droids and use the Republic delegate transport to escape the planet together. But when Ahsoka, preparing to bring Lux to Coruscant to grant him amnesty, Lux would draw a blaster on her and saying that while he has renounced the Separatist cause, because, he will not join the Republic either, but, pursue a different way instead, and he has made contact with a group based on Garlac, and by joining their cause in order to enlist their help in getting revenge on Dooku. And, well, Ahsoka would prove still determined to take him to Republic territory. Well, reluctantly, Lux would then zap her unconscious, and, then take control of the ship. Even, having R2 believe in this, little did R2 realize. And then Ahsoka, when she would awake inside the ship, and she would notice that her lightsabers are missing, and, they're on Karlak, and seeing Lux right outside of the ship, and by joining him, and only to come into contact with the organization as he joined forces with, which of course being Death Watch. And with the leader of the welcoming committee, enter Bo-Katan. Yes, this being the debut of Bo-Katan, and we don't see her face at first, but by the next season we would. And, well, Bo-Katan, because this is where she would make her debut, and of course Bo-Katan being voiced by Katie Sackhoff, and whom most prominently would continue on to play Bo-Katan, especially in live action. Now with you, Anchorman, because what are the first things you have to say in general? Because, again, this is where Bo-Katan made her debut, and of course Katie Sackhoff voicing her. Just, again, what say you?
I've always liked Bo-Katan as a character, and I think this is a good debut for her character.
Oh, yes, indeed. And and again, where I said that, we don't see her face at first. Because this entire episode we see her in her helmet. But then when we would see her with her helmet off, because her design and look, and with her hair, pretty nice. And little at the time did we realize that there was more to Bo-Katan that we didn't know of. And whom would she be linked with? Well, with Bo-Katan asking about Ahsoka's identity, well, she would quickly announce herself as Lux's betrothed, But despite hopes to contrary, she and R2, who has in the meantime found Ahsoka's lightsabers, and where Lux had hidden them, they are taken along and, brought to the Death Watch outpost to meet their leader. And once they are left alone, Lux has the opportunity to explain his plan to Ahsoka, that he had purposely accused Dooku in order to trace back Dooku's current location. And once the Count would contact him via hologram and now attend to lead the Death Watch, and who have apparently had a falling out with the Count himself. It is established because, well, with what happened in, say, Season 2, didn't go so well, and where we're up to now with the Death Watch, not on good terms with the Separatists and Dooku altogether. And with the Death Watch and with, in order to kill him and all that, And Ahsoka, because she vehemently begins to point out the true virtues of the Death Watch to Lux. And, well, the Death Watch, because they're right outside of the tent. We can see their shadows as they're approaching the inside of the tent. And, of course, the leader of the Death Watch, none other than Pre Vizsla. Yep, seen Pre Vizsla reappear in the Clone Wars. And because, okay, could Ahsoka not sense the presence of them coming? Because she was still talking. Well, I don't know, because if it was unintentional, but yeah, an error. Well, yeah, because Lux just, trying to just, in order to get Ahsoka to shut up, and before, because, she would give herself away, Lux, and man, who'd have thought we'd see this, where, yeah, Lux draws her into his arms and would kiss her, and Ahsoka, being subsequently asked to leave the tent, and Lux handing over the information the holotracer has gathered. But that was an interesting moment. I think I recall, the first time watching that episode, whoa, because, yeah, that was unexpected. What say you, Anchorman? Because, if you have any recollection the first time you watched this, just overall, how'd you react and all? Because, out of nowhere, but it's understandable, because, if Lux just trying to get Ahsoka to shut up and just, with just kissing her and all, overall, just, what say you?
I thought the kiss was cute.
Okay, that sums it up from you. Alright, well, yeah, back on point, because meanwhile R2, well, he had been recruited by the Death Watch to repair their batch of battle droids, and whom they use for both target practice and cruel sport figures. And while Ahsoka is put to work with a number of young female natives, and who are kept by the Death Watch as slaves, that night, and as Death Watch is holding a celebration, the chieftain, if I'm saying that right, of the nearby village, Piter, if I'm saying that right, yeah, whose granddaughter, Tryla, is one of the slaves, and would arrive and demand that the Death Watch shall return their captives and leave Karlak next morning. Well, the Death Watch does come to the village with the woman, and but after surrendering Tryla to her grandfather, Vizsla would draw his Darksaber and kill Tryla instantly. And, even, by that point, Ahsoka and Tryla were starting to, form a friendship or something. Yeah. And he would then command that, the village and its people are put to the torch, and Ahsoka would take up the fight against the Mandalorians / Death Watch, but would be quickly restrained and taken captive. Yep. However, luckily, R2, who had just finished fixing the Death Watch's droids, witnessing Ahsoka in bonds, and would persuade his new friends to help her free. Yeah, to help her get free and all. Vizsla preparing to execute Ahsoka, but, well, just in the nick of time, R2 would draw up a diversion, letting out some smoke and such. And by freeing Ahsoka and returning her lightsabers and allowing her to take up a proper fight against Vizsla. But when she got her lightsabers and she pulled the Death Watch, and they were restraining her, oh, yeah, because this right here, she cut all of their heads. Wow, that's a badass moment for Ahsoka right there. What say you, Anchorman, on that moment?
I liked it. It was a good scene.
Of course.
I like the duel with Pre Vizsla.
Yes, the lightsaber duel, which leads me now to talking about this. Yep, the lightsaber duel between Pre Vizsla and Ahsoka was awesome. And and with Ahsoka and Lux, they would then be soon joined by the droids, and even Lux making a, nice comment that, yeah, it's true, because R2, he made some new friends, Yeah, because they would keep the renegade Mandalorians busy, and while Ahsoka and Lux, because they would escape on a speeder, and even though, they put their, they'll put under tenacious pursuit and attack by Bo-Katan and two of her men, well, Ahsoka and Lux, they would manage to get back to the ship. They managed to take down and escape from the Death Watch, and thus they would take off, escape the planet, But just as the ship makes for Coruscant, Ahsoka would quickly learn that Lux is about to leave the ship. And yeah, by boarding an escape pod, and with her being unable to dissuade Lux from leaving, and with the promise to meet again. And Lux, yep, by launching the pod and leaving Ahsoka behind. Yeah. Yeah, and to see more of their chemistry. Like the relationship, building between both Lux and Ahsoka. By this point, yeah, very mutual and such, and yeah, and with what Lux has gone through and what he views specifically, not exactly like what Ahsoka would view, yeah, it's just one of those things, especially in the world of Star Wars. That is for sure. Yeah, but just overall, Episode 14, A Friend in Need. It was another excellent episode, and for this being a standalone episode, an episode of its own in the 4th season. Yeah. And, yeah, what say you, Anchorman? Because your final thoughts and words on A Friend in Need.
It was a good episode, and I liked the moment where R2 helps build those droids who were in pain.
Oh, indeed. Absolutely. Yeah. All right, so now, with having finished episode 14, A Friend in Need, now on to the next arc in Season 4. And oh boy, because this was another interesting and excellent arc altogether. Yes, the arc that's all about the bounty hunters. And where we would have some bounty hunters that would be brought together through Dooku in order to try and capture the Chancellor himself. Yep, episodes 15, 16, 17, and 18. Episode 15, Deception. Episode 16, Friends and Enemies. Episode 17, The Box. And episode 18, Crisis on Naboo. Alright, so now reading the description / the stories of all 4 episodes. So, of course, starting with Deception. Obi-Wan fakes his own death and would go undercover as his own killer, Reiko Hardeen, so he can infiltrate Moralo Evol's plot to kidnap Chancellor Palpatine. Episode 16, Friends and Enemies. Disguised as bounty hunter Reiko Hardeen, Kenobi is on the run with criminal mastermind Moralo Evol and Cad Bane. But their partnership is on thin ice, and Anakin and Ahsoka are in hot pursuit. Episode 17, The Box. Count Dooku challenges 11 bounty hunters to survive several deadly levels devised by Moralo Evol. The winners will participate in the plot to kidnap Chancellor Palpatine on Naboo. And episode 18, Crisis on Naboo. Cad Bane leads Dooku's team of bounty hunters, including disguised Obi-Wan, in a plot to kidnap the Supreme Chancellor himself during the Festival of Lights on Naboo. Alright, so, Anchorman, once again turning over to you, because, what are the first things you have to say about the, second to last arc? We're on the second to last arc of this season. With the bounty hunters, the attempt on capturing Chancellor Palpatine, all that I've so far said. Overall, what say you?
I love this arc because we see Obi-Wan go undercover as a different bounty hunter. And I've seen people complain about this arc, saying it doesn't make sense for Obi-Wan to fake his death and not tell Anakin about it, but it made sense for Obi-Wan to keep it secret since, he's going undercover to team up with some bounty hunters and only 2 of the Jedi knew about it.
Yeah. I'm on the same... You know what? I was going to mention it, and I'm glad you did, because, I'm not the only one, because you obviously feel the same way too, and for any of you else that feel the same way too, because, I'm not, nothing against the Jedi Order, Yoda, of course, and Kenobi, but honestly, a bit of a dick move that they just They just keep this from Skywalker. And where Skywalker all throughout this arc, up to what happens in the fourth and final episode in this arc, when he does find out that, Obi-Wan has been alive and being disguised as Reiko. But I don't know, because I guess I can understand the reasonings, and with, like, what you specifically said, Anchorman, just, I don't know. Do you have anything else to comment?
I think this arc is good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but anything else you have to say about the controversial thing, like with what you were the first one to bring it up. If you have anything else left to say on that.
Like what the Jedi Council did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was it just shows the shady side of the Jedi, because they're constantly in denial and constantly keeping things from Anakin.
Mm-hmm. But like I said, like, probably, like, the only two that, really would be nothing intentional from doing this would, of course, be Master Yoda and Obi-Wan. So, yeah, and because, Yoda and Obi-Wan, like, best two Jedi in the Council, and, like, what they're like and such, unlike the others, from Mace Windu and so on, but, Alright, but now to dive in / break down, the first of the 4 episodes itself. Again, the episode being titled Deception. So, what goes on in the first of the 4 episodes of this arc? Well, Kenobi, Skywalker, and Ahsoka, because they're taking a walk through the streets of Coruscant, and when, out of nowhere, a sniper would open fire on them, and, well, with the Jedi, of course, dodging the shots, and Kenobi and Skywalker, they would take to the roofs to chase after the sniper, and then when Kenobi would move out into the open, and, well, the sniper would hit him, and where he would fall into the alley below, and supposedly having killed him. And, well, a Jedi funeral would take place. Ahsoka and Anakin being there, Plo Koon, Amidala, and even Satine. Satine is there too, and she's emotional. Could you imagine? It's never established, because we can only imagine how Duchess Satine felt when she found out that Kenobi was alive. I wonder. And and Ahsoka whispering this to Plo Koon that, she's beginning to worry for Anakin, and because having become withdrawn and grim, and meanwhile the assassin, which being Reiko Hartine, being voiced by James Arnold Taylor, is celebrating his victory. I killed Obi-Wan Kenobi. And with it being revealed that it was all a plan, made by Kenobi, Yoda, and Mace Windu. And because with them having decided to fake Obi-Wan's death so he could pretend to become a member of a looming separatist plot to kidnap Palpatine, and with Kenobi then undergoing a facial transformation via nanotechnology to disguise himself as Hardeen. And we literally see Kenobi being shaved off entirely. His facial hair, his hair altogether. Like, any comment from you on that, Anchorman, by any chance?
This is probably the only time you see Obi-Wan without a beard.
That's true, yeah. I can just almost picture younger Obi-Wan from The Phantom Menace in the Clone Wars animation style. Just about. Almost. Yeah. But anyways, so with what Obi-Wan does, and because where, he would then, captures his would-be assassin as he prepares to collect his reward from his employer, again Kenobi, and then completes his disguise with a voice emulator droid and a voice sample of, from Hardeen. Well, Anakin and Ahsoka, meanwhile, because they, with them having not been made aware of the plan, in order to assure its success, and to track down Hardeen's location, and by arresting and the disguised Obi-Wan, verifying him to the Republic jail. And once inside the prison, Obi-Wan would proceed to make contact with another inmate, which of course being Moralo E. Val. Now, Moralo Evol was an interesting bounty hunter, and his alien species having a really cool design. And yeah, this is one guy you probably would not want to be that close to. You would not want to embrace a hug with, right? Because yeah. And Moralo Evol being voiced by Stephen Stanton. So yeah, with what Stephen Stanton brought to the voice performance of Moralo Evol, excellent. Because this is Stephen Stanton we're talking about, whom had also been voicing Tarkin in the Clone Wars, and amongst other characters throughout the show he has voiced. And what say you, Anchorman? Like, the first things you have to say about Moralo Evol?
Which species is he?
I can't remember. If I remember do so, I'll put that in the text. But yeah, just as I asked, like, yeah, what say you on the character himself in general?
Isn't he? I forget. He's like one of the bounty. Is he like the one of the bounty hunters?
Yes, he is. Yes, whom is cellmates with Obi-Wan disguised as Reiko, alongside with Bane.
Yeah, it was interesting to see Obi-Wan team up with those two.
But again, I ask, like, what did you think of the character of Moralo Evol himself in general?
I think he was cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the character of Moralo Evol was interesting, and I liked him, definitely. Yeah, well, back on point, because Moralo Evol, because, you know, who is suspected to be a key figure in the plot against the Chancellor? Well, Evol would express his respect to Hardeen for having killed a Jedi. However, things are complicated by the presence of Evol's cellmate. Yeah, because not only is Hardeen hanging out with Evol, but someone else having already hanging out with Evol and being cellmates. And that, of course, being Cad Bane. Yeah, and because in the last time we saw Cad Bane, he managed to escape in the events of the episode where Zero the Hutt got killed, you know, that. And now here we are, because we now see Cad Bane actually in prison. He was caught. And I'm sure it probably was established somewhere, but yeah. And of course, Corey Burton, once again, voicing Cad Bane, of course, rightfully so. Yeah. So Bane, because yeah, and whom does not even bother to hide his distraught of the newcomer? And in addition, well, Obi-Wan, as you know, disguised as Hardeen, would learn that both of them plan to break out of prison very soon, and he would manage to relay as much to Yoda and Windu through a concealed comm device, but nevertheless is forced to carry on with his plan. And in due time, Bane would stage a breakout by having Boba Fett start a fight with Kenobi as Hardeen and triggering a general riot, which Evol and Bane use as a cover for their escape. And Kenobi would join them uninvited and surreptitiously aids them in escaping the prison through the Morgue and Insurrection facility, and though several of the prisoners' personnel are killed by Evol and Bane in cold blood on the way, and commandeering a freighter, well, the three would make their way off planet, and despite Bane's continuing hostility, Kenobi has now managed to win Evol's trust, and who declares that they will let him join in on their next hit. Also, somewhere in this episode, and in prison, we do get a appearance of a little older Boba Fett and Bossk, because, as we recall in the last episode of Season 2 of Clone Wars, they were taken in, and yeah, the next time we would see them, they're right there. But we would see them a little later on in Season 4, until we get there. But yeah, Episode 15, Deception, that was really good. Where it starts off, and yeah, because, you know, who'd have thought we would see Obi-Wan pretending to have been killed by the bounty hunter Reiko, and yeah, to see Obi-Wan in disguise as Reiko Hardeen. Again, just with what the first episode had to so far show us, amazing. Yeah. Alright, but now moving on to Episode 16, Friends and Enemies. Actually, I almost forgot. Anything else you have left to say on Episode 15, Deception, Anchorman?
It was a good prison episode.
Indeed, it's indeed so. Yeah. All right. Okay. Now on to episode 16. Again, titled "Friends and Enemies." So, with what happens in Friends and Enemies? Well, we're up to now, and after what happened at the end of the last episode. Well, after eluding intimate Republic pursuit, Hardeen, still Kenobi, of course, in disguise, well, he and the other two, Evol and Bane, because crash landing the ship in the swamps of Nal Hutta. They've now made their way to Nal Hutta, and to further throw any pursuers off their tracks. And yeah, all three would proceed to Bilbo House Bazaar to purchase new equipment and a ship during their shopping trip. However, Bane would treat the Rhodian owner by the name of Pablo, who being the local pawn shop owner, very roughly by nearly killing him with his toothpick. Because, we've seen Bane with his toothpicks. And when, he can't keep his mouth shut. Yeah, and subsequently, because in order to avoid attracting undue attention. And with Bane sending Kenobi to buy a new ship while he and Evol procure some weapons. And yeah, in the pawn shop, because there's one Easter egg that, how can you not miss this? When Bane's trying to look for a new hat, well, he's holding Indiana Jones's hat. That was really cool. Do you have any recollection, Anchorman? Like, you did notice Indiana Jones's hat, did you?
Yeah, I like that Easter egg.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Could you imagine if Cad Bane did wear that? And yeah, because the hat that Cad Bane dons on, looks pretty nice. There's like an antenna piece. And like, Obi-Wan is Hardeen, a comment that he makes, it's Cad Bane's opinion, because to him, he doesn't like to hide under a helmet, but, because you never know. What are the chances? A helmet could come in handy, but not for Bane, apparently. Well, then back on point, because once the deal is complete, with what they're doing. However, because, Bane would abandon Kenobi as Hardeen to the local authorities, and who, were alerted by Pablo's assistant, a Twi'lek, who was in love with Pablo, basically. And by the way, because the voice of Pablo is Matt Lantern, Anakin Skywalker. Yeah, because, keep in mind that Matt has done a lot more voices in Clone Wars besides Skywalker, most prominently. Well, and with Kenobi, because Bane still does not trust him, Obi-Wan would Obi-Wan anticipating betrayal and, having previously attached a homing beacon to the ship's hull, and when questioned by the Hutt's henchmen, he would reveal the tracking frequency, and while the guards proceed to shoot down the ship, and escaping the dungeon after contacting Yoda and Windu and asking them to lift the manhunt in order to allow them free movement and provide some money for a new ship, Kenobi is rejoined by Evol, and Bane just not thrilled, of course, and who have only barely escaped the Hutt's forces, and just in time to present them with their new ship. And in the meantime, because back on Coruscant, Palpatine is asked by Mace Windu to rescind the hunt for the fugitives. However, Anakin, who is visiting the Chancellor and is still unaware of the secret mission, does not take this decision very well. And Palpatine exploiting this by deliberately sending him and Ahsoka to Nal Hutta. And after some brutal questioning of the locals on Anakin's part, the two Jedi would learn about the next likely whereabouts of the fugitives' ship. And since the ship's seller decided to fuel up the ship, and only just enough to force them to seek out his brother's refueling station on Orondia. Yeah, sounds about right. And after spotting their quarry as they prepare to leave, Anakin would decide to ram the ship into submission and board it in mid-flight. And yeah, because Ahsoka having been the first one to notice them, especially Cad Bane, because yeah, who else would wear a hat? Bane, of course. Yeah, like the only bounty hunter they've seen whom wears like a regular ordinary hat. Yeah. But with, yeah, boarding the ship mid-flight and, well, Bane, yeah, you know, just going at it against Skywalker, well, this would lead to a subsequent crash landing of both parties and during their furious chase through the local fuel processing facility. Then what's left in this episode? Well, Obi-Wan would leave the ship to tell Anakin the truth behind the matter, but he is almost killed when his friend would attack him in rage. And man, because as it was shown in the previews for what we were to expect for this arc, like one line and where Anakin is about to unleash his lightsaber, striking at Hardeen, but it's really Obi-Wan. This is for Obi-Wan, man. Like, boy, because what happens next? Bane, he would snare Anakin, and you know, right as Anakin's about to kill Hardeen, but of course failing, and well, Obi-Wan ending up wrestling with Anakin and addressing him by name, and before Anakin would lose consciousness. Ahsoka then arriving, and yep, unleashing her lightsabers on Bane, and well, and preparing to finish off Anakin, but, you know, because with her master unconscious and the fugitive ship still operational, yeah, because she cannot prevent the three of them from escaping, but with Anakin awaking soon afterwards, yeah, he would relate his discovery that Obi-Wan is still alive and undercover. You know, Ahsoka doesn't understand this, neither does he, but one way or the other, they're going to find out soon. And yeah, with them deciding to find out the reason for this, and yeah, at the same time, because, well, Yoda and Windu, because learning from Palpatine that he has sent Anakin after the fugitives, and so the two Jedi Masters, well, they would decide to reveal the truth to Skywalker, lest he endanger the mission or end up even worse. Yeah. And again, because, you know, like, what we were saying earlier, especially you, Anchorman, because, you know, the grudge that the Council has towards Anakin. And I would say, like, again, the only two that don't really seem to have a grudge towards Anakin is Yoda and Obi-Wan especially. Yeah. But in the case of, say, Windu and the others, yeah, apparently so. Yeah, but just overall. Episode 16, Friends and Enemies. That was another excellent episode where we see the characters up to now, and with Anakin and Ahsoka in pursuit of, you know, the three bounty hunters, one of them not being a bounty hunter, of course, in disguise. Yeah, it was great. And anything else left you have to say on the episode itself, Anchorman?
It was a good episode.
Indeed so.
Fight with Anakin and the bounty hunters.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. So now, let's come to the next episode, which of course being episode 17. Yeah. The Box. Yeah. So, with what all happens in the box? Well, the bounty hunter trio consisting of the disguised Obi-Wan and all that, yeah, because they would arrive at Castle Sereno, on Sereno, and where the Count himself would welcome them. And although the latter chastised Evol for his delay from the Count, Obi-Wan is Hardeen, and Bane would learn that a contest is about to take place. And the two of them, well, they are invited to participate. And the participants already on site include some of the galaxy's most successful and notorious bounty hunters, next to Bane and Obi-Wan in disguise template. And those other bounty hunters being Embo, yep, good to see Embo back, Daron, Toisi, Seastack, Jacoli, Mantu, Kira Swan, Sinreach, and Onak. Yeah. And Onak, and whose brother was just moments before murdered by Bane for his hat. Yep. Bane got his hat back. I surprisingly remember because I was in the same room with my parents and especially my dad where, because my dad commenting that he got his hat back. I remember that. That was awesome. Yeah, so much for, Onak's brother, because when he was going to join too, but, oh well. Yeah, so, with them all unarmed, all of them are, they have to face a life and death challenge in the box, which being a huge floating structure, which being designed by Evol, and filled with death traps, and only the first 5 survivors will be chosen for the task Dooku has in store for all of them. And in return for a handsome reward, meanwhile in the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, Skywalker's suspicions about Kenobi are in the meantime confirmed by none other than, of course, Yoda himself. Yeah, if anybody were to confirm this to Skywalker, it would, of course, be, say, Yoda. And whom apologizes for the deception, but, also makes it clear that due to Anakin's temper, it would become too dangerous for Kenobi to involve himself in the mission. Yeah, I mean, that's true, and with what Yoda specifically says, but still, there's always a still. Yeah. And coming back to you, Anchorman, because what say you on these group of bounty hunters that we see in this episode? Not all of them make it, only 5 survive, but overall, just, these lineup of bounty hunters, just overall, what say you in general?
I really like the lineup. I think it's cool to see a bunch of them team up. Well, sort of. They have to survive in a box, and only a few of them make it.
Indeed so. And also, do you have a specific favorite bounty hunter in that lineup? Okay, besides, say, the main ones from Bane, Embo, just, you get where I'm going. Just, what say you?
Probably Embo.
Okay, I mean, after what I said, okay, just, So the same goes for me between Embo and Cad Bane. But the other bounty hunters, I don't know, because it's hard to say. Yeah, the one that, because, where, that's, Twazi. Yeah, she was pretty cool. And yeah, because the descriptions that Dooku says about them, because in the case of Twazi, well, because, her claim to fame was, her acrobatics, and according to Dooku, they were once praised from Chancellor Valorum. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And some of the others, because, because the two brother bounty hunters, Onak, and his brother, by the name of Bolduga. Yeah, that's right. So, so much for Bolduga being the first one to get killed, and even before he got into the box. Either way, I think it would be obvious that him and the two brothers would not survive, which, in the case of Onak, he does not survive, but I'm going to mention that momentarily, because, with them getting in the box, because, what they would find themselves getting into, just, oh boy. Well, because once they have been transferred into the box, with the exception of Evala, because he's not going to be a part of this since, he designed the box, and it's just going to be those bounty hunters with him absent. He's going to be right there with Dooku in the control room. Yeah, because with all of them making their way into the box, well, the contestants, because they would meet with their first challenge, the dioxy gas. Yeah, because the dioxy gas that was first mentioned, and we saw it happen in the events of Phantom Menace. Yeah, when they attempted to kill Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. So it's great to see that this type of gas is re-shown in something else Star Wars. I like that. Yeah, so with the dioxy gas seeping from the floor, the bounty hunters, they would race to the rising platforms and believing that they will be safe from the poison if they stay high enough. However, the platforms would continue to rise and threatening to crush the bounty hunters. And Obi-Wan, he would correctly deduce that the escape route is the exit, and with all the because is beneath them, and that's where the exit is. with it being discovered, and yeah, because all the bounty hunters following Obi-Wan, and with them none of them taking casualties. So at least all of them managed to survive that first task. Well, then they would soon arrive for the second challenge, where they must escape from the room where Evol would start to challenge and send out horizontal columns, if I'm saying that right, yeah, with a laser spike tip with which seemingly move at random. And, well, Kenobi would notice that the columns move in a pattern and to allow the bounty hunters to escape from the exit. And located at the ceiling, and while most of the bounty hunters managed to follow Kenobi, Onak, Swan, and Senrik, all the three of them are killed. They're the first three to get killed. And what did I say on Onak? He did not survive. Nope. He would not survive, and nor would his brother have, if he didn't get shot by Cad Bane. And by the way, because, yeah, again, with Onak's brother having claimed Bane's original hat, and where Bane got his hat back, because Onak's brother knew. He knew exactly, because it was Bane's hat, and Bane just managing to, Bane shot first, and yeah, he got his hat back. Any comment from you, Anchorman, on that moment where, Bane, he got his old hat back?
It was a cool hat.
Yep, indeed so. Although, on the contrary, because he would eventually change hats the next time we would see him in the world of Star Wars. Yeah. Also, there's one thing I did forget to mention. There's a nice detail where Bane and Obi-Wan is Hardeen. They're making their way in where all the other bounty hunters are outside. There's a quick moment where Embo and Bane, they nod to one another. And that shows where, yeah, they have the utmost respect for one another. Yeah, that's great to see. Anyways, so, with the first three bounty hunters having been killed, well, Dooku would notice that Hardeen is carrying everyone and would tell Evol to watch him closely. Yeah, by this point, Dooku's starting to get on to Hardeen. Well, then the group would arrive for the third challenge, as a serum would appear before the bounty hunters, and Evol would tell them that for this third challenge, one of them must take the serum and deactivate the ray shield cage. However, the serum is toxic to all but one of them, and Evol would raise the platforms and the ray shield, and yeah, where it would electrocute one of the bounty hunters, Jakuli. Yep, and whom being caught off guard, and Daron would go for the serum, but is stopped by Bane. However, Kenobi would allow Daron to take the serum, and yeah, and as the physiology of his race should allow him to survive the serum's effects. Yeah, and Daron was the one that's like an octopus-like alien. He was really cool, too. I liked him as well, in his design and all, and the capabilities he can do. Yeah, well, Daron, he would move through the ray shield and would manage to deactivate the switch, and though Mantu is killed in the process, yep, another bounty hunter that would be killed in the process, unfortunate. Well, then the contestants, they would proceed to the final challenge, where Evol would explain to them that they must shoot a moving holographic target, and with a sniper rifle. And if they miss one shot, then they will be killed by the pop-up flamethrowers below. Six-Tack volunteers himself, and, well, he would land the first few shots, but however, he would miss the final one, and prompting Evol to drop him to his doom as the others they watch. So, yeah. At least Six-Tack tried his best. Yep. Then Obi-Wan would volunteer himself. However, Evol, now jealous of Hardeen's success, he liked Hardeen at first, but not anymore. he would deceptively load Obi-Wan's rifle with 4 shots while demanding that he shoot down 5. Kenobi realizing the deception too late and Eval attempting to drop him to his doom, Bane, now having newfound respect for Kenobi, and disgusted by Evol's cowardice in killing him, he would save him with his whipcord, and demanding that he, kill him off like a man. And then Dooku would also, aware of Evol's cowardice, wishes him to see him fight too, and would force the Thidian into the arena. So Evol now has to fight dirty by using his probe droids and altering the arena into a small maze. But Kenobi, in this case, would destroy his control bracelet, Dooku demanding that Hardeen kill Evol, but he refuses, and stating that he just wants to get his money. And Dooku being disappointed by this, by his refusal, nevertheless, he and his surviving comparates, might be mispronouncing that, but again, you know me sometimes. They are declared winners, whom all have survived. They are now the winners of the challenge, and are entrusted with Dooku's plan. To kidnap Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, and as he goes to visit Naboo and hold him hostage in exchange for the release of the Separatist leaders who have been captured by the Republic in the course of the war. And Dooku would assign Bane to strike the team's leader, and after witnessing Evol's lack of combat skills and Hardeen's apparent reluctance to kill off his opponents, because it's totally obvious that out of all those bounty hunters, nothing against them, especially those that did survive, but besides Evol and Hardeen, Bane definitely being the one that Dooku really trusts, and viewing Bane as the proper leader of these group of bounty hunters. Holy cow. It's pretty amazing with what this episode in this second to last arc had to offer. So, overall, because episode 17, The Box. It was another excellent episode, and I would say probably, for me, it would probably be one of my favorite episodes in this second to last arc of Season 4. I would say so. With what The Box had to offer, really centering on the bounty hunters, seeing the bounty hunters in action in this box that Evol created, all these challenges they have to come face to face with. Not all of them survive, a few of them don't, but it's amazing. And little did the bounty hunters realize that, how they managed to escape from all those challenges and move on to the next one, it was all thanks to Hardeen, whom is actually Kenobi. And coming back to you, Anchorman, because your final thoughts and words on episode 17, The Box.
I like this episode a lot.
Anything else to add on?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So now we come to the fourth and last episode in the second to last arc of Season 4, Episode 18, Crisis on Naboo. So, with what goes on in this episode, because, in the Jedi Temple, the members of the Jedi High Council, along with Anakin and Ahsoka, would discuss the security measures for the Chancellor's visit to Naboo and for its traditional Festival of Lights. Windu and Yoda have since disclosed to the others that Kenobi is still alive and in disguise and infiltrating Dooku's plot to strike against and kidnap the Chancellor. And Anakin would prove confident and determined to see the mission done, but perhaps a little too much, and earning him concerned glances from Windu, Yoda, and Ahsoka. And in the meantime, Dooku, Moral Evol, Cad Bane, and his team, consisting of Kenobi, Embo, Daron, and Twazi, would claim possession of a small hangar in Theed by, murdering the mechanics inside. They're just simple, harmless, people that were just mechanics. That's it. But, how unfortunate. And with the group congregating and Bane proceeding to assign his fellow members individual roles in the plot, and Daron is to take down the deflector shield and erect for the Chancellor's protection. Evol is to provide the gateway transport. Embo and Twazi, they would be disguised as Senate guards, and with them assigned to escort the Chancellor. And disguised Kenobi, still as Hardeen, is to provide cover fire and anticipate the Chancellor with a sniper blaster. And special mapping device being issued to each of them, and which, lead them to the rendezvous point once the mission has been complete. And, well, a special holographic disguise matrix being used to make them appear as Senate guards. Very clever, but, for it being used in the evil way. But as they would leave for their posts, Dooku does task Bane aside for a moment and advise him to keep a special lookout for Hardeen, and whom the Count has grown very suspicious of. Then finally, Palpatine and his escort, which includes Windu, Anakin, Ahsoka, arrive in Theed, and where the Chancellor himself being welcomed by Queen Niuanti. Yep. And the group of the Estimate Galactic Senators. Among them are Naboo's own representatives, which being Padme, of course, and Sio Bibble, whom we most prominently saw in The Phantom Menace, and then, of course, in the rest of the prequel trilogy. But most prominently, he really got to shine in Phantom Menace, and with some of his famous lines, including, most prominently, "The death toll is catastrophic. We must bow to their wishes. You must contact me." And even though he doesn't get a line, it's still great to see him in the world of Clone Wars. Yeah. What say you, Anchorman? Because if you recall that Bibble, he appeared in this episode, and what say you?
Which character?
Again, Sio Bibble, whom we most prominently saw in Phantom Menace, and I quoted one of his lines.
I'd have to rewatch it to remember.
The guy with the beard, is, again, whom, he most prominently in Phantom Menace says, "We must bow to their wishes. You must contact me."
Oh, yeah, he's in this episode.
Yeah, that guy. So, just overall, wasn't it really cool, if you can recall that, he appeared in this episode, he didn't get a line, but still, just to see him in the Clone Wars animation is really awesome.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, even if he would have had a line or two, and if they would have gotten the actor himself who played Bibble, that would have been great, but, still, just a silent appearance is great. And because the Queen of Naboo, great to see her too, and in the Clone Wars animation style. Because, and then because Sio Bibble, because him being the governor of Naboo. And because while security is in place, back on point, Palpatine would show little concern for the Count's imminent strike, because, obviously he knows what's going on. Yeah, he's Darth Sidious. And in worry of Padme's safety, Anakin would assign Ahsoka to accompany his secret wife, and being a bodyguard to Padme. And also the Queen, and while he would take his place in the mission's front line, and while assuming his position, Kenobi, he would finally be able to contact Windu and inform him of important elements of the Count's plan. And on that evening, the Naboo and their Senate guests would gather. They all gather at the royal palace to perform the invitation of the festival, with Bane infiltrating the crowd holographically disguised as a Nemodian. Yep. However, when Dooku's operation commences and Daron prepares to disable the deflector shield generator, Kenobi would give a warning to Windu, but he and Anakin are unable to prevent the shield's deactivation or Daron's escape. Kenobi would then attempt to prevent the latter, disabling Daron's jetpack, but his blaster is only changed for one shot, And yeah, Darone, because he would go down, and we don't really see if he gets killed off screen or not. No, maybe he did survive. Hard to say. And by the way, Darone, and again, he's the one bounty hunter that's octopus-like. Well, yeah, because I want to point out that Darone being voiced by Matthew Wood, aka the voice of Grievous, and whom doing a lot of VFX, well, yeah, because sound mixings and all that at Lucasfilm. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's really cool, because seeing other characters that he would voice, besides Grievous and the B-1 Battle Droids. But anyways, but back on point, because, yeah, the Chancellor is knocked out by the shield generator's explosion. You know, he's unconscious, and amidst the resulting confusion, Embo and Twazi would make Palpatine look like a fallen Senate guard with a holographic matrix, and while Twazi would take on the Chancellor's appearance, and, well, Anakin and Windu would intercept the two and fall for their ruse. And Willis, Bane, and Evol would make their escape with the unconscious Chancellor. And as the only one closest to the kidnappers, well, Kenobi would commandeer a speeder, and by following Bane and Evol to Rendezvous's Point, and where their escape ship is waiting, though Dooku apparently is not, because he knew ahead of time, of course. Yeah, knowing him. And when Obi-Wan would arrive, he would claim custody of Chancellor gunpoint and triggering a vicious fight against Bane. Obi-Wan does eventually overpower the two criminals, and by handing them over to the authorities, and who just arrive along with Anakin and Windu, and when, his true name is revealed by Windu, Bane swears bitter revenge against the Jedi. And that right there, because the last line that Bane would have that he says towards Obi-Wan, he's being taken away, at that time, that would be the last time we would see Cad Bane. Now, a little later, this technically does count. The next time we would see Cad Bane would be in Disney Infinity 3.0 for the Twilight of the Apprentice playset. Yeah. How did you feel at the time, Anchorman? Because, you know, none of us realized at the time that, for now, that would be the last time we would see Cad Bane, and fast forward years later, thanks to the Bad Batch and beyond, like, yeah. What say you overall?
I thought this... honestly, I didn't realize it was his last appearance.
For now, yeah.
And then we would see him all the way in the Bad Batch. It's like they wanted to bring him back.
Yeah.
They were planning to do a bounty hunter arc, but that got canceled.
Yep, now that you mention it, because it's true, because, you know, I mean, they were planning to bring Cad Bane back for at least one more arc in the Clone Wars. But, of course, as you said, it unfortunately got canceled. We would have had an arc that's centered entirely on Bane and Boba Fett, and where we would see how Boba most prominently got the dent in his helmet. It was apparently caused by Cad Bane. Yeah. Because there was a gun standoff, and both of them went down. But when it came to the Bad Batch, there are some mentions and hints of those events, and Cad Bane having survived that, rightfully so. But yeah, so, yeah, again, just who'd have thought that, that would be the last time we said we would see Cad Bane in all of Clone Wars in Season 4, I tell you. But alright, but by the next morning, and back on point, well, Palpatine and the Jedi, because, with them preparing to return to Coruscant, but even though the kidnapping was successfully thwarted, Anakin is still furious at Kenobi and the Jedi Council altogether about having withheld the truth from him, and even if this was meant to convince Dooku of Hardeen's sincerity. Yeah, and, well, because, an angry comment of his would, however, trigger a suspicion in Kenobian before shedding his disguise, with him returning to his position from the previous night and would find an activated comm device in his sniper blaster's case. And, because, to comment on this quickly, because, who can blame Anakin? But at the same time, it's very complex, and with what Yoda, Kenobi, and the others felt, and if Anakin did know this, he might have overdone it unintentionally. Yeah, just one of those things. Well, yeah, but back on point, because as I was saying, because, you know, with him returning to his position, and again, before he would, you know, take off that disguise and such, even Anakin, because before that argument and such, Anakin being furious, because Anakin just, you know, a funny comment that he gives to Obi-Wan, like, you look worse, and, you know, with what he specifically said to Obi-Wan, just, yeah, very amusing. Well, yeah, again, because with Obi-Wan returning to his position from the previous night, and would find an activated comm device in his sniper blaster's case, and meaning that Dooku had not shown because he had listened in on Obi-Wan's comm calls. So, yeah, there you go. By listening them, because Obi-Wan in contact with Windu, and in fact, that the Count himself awaiting Palpatine and Anakin in an ambush, and which was subtly arranged by Palpatine. Yep, and Anakin then dispatching the 2 Magna Guards that accompanied Dooku quickly, but when Palpatine tries to run away at Anakin's orders, a 3rd Magna Guard would intercept him and, well, holding him in place, / holding him hostage. Then both watch as Anakin and Dooku duel across the halls. Yep, another lightsaber duel right here with both of them. Then Darth Sidious, yep, Palpatine observing with pleasure. Yeah, and as Anakin gives in to his anger. And although Anakin holds Dooku down for a few seconds, Dooku does manage to overpower him with the Force Lightning. Obi-Wan, however, stepping in, catching up with Skywalker, and together they would manage to thwart Dooku's plan once again and destroying the lone Magna Guard and rescuing Palpatine, in which this forces Dooku to throw Anakin off his ship and ending the duel, leaving empty-handed and escaping in his shuttle once again. And while Palpatine thanks the Jedi for their timely rescue, he would make an expression of mock concern about what the galaxy would become if the Jedi were no more. Jeez, foreshadowing right there. Yeah, so, the 4th and final episode in the 2nd to last arc, centering on the bounty hunters, all that, and with them attempting to capture Chancellor Palpatine, Crisis on Naboo. That was another excellent episode, and again, also at the time where, you know, that would mark Cad Bane's last appearance until, say, the Bad Batch in Star Wars canon. He missed out quite a lot on what would happen next in Clone Wars and when it came to Revenge of the Sith, for sure. But yeah, Crisis on Naboo, that was an excellent episode, and really cool to see that on Naboo, because they have their own festival. That was really cool to see, too. Yeah. But yeah, coming back to you, Anchorman, yeah, final words you have to say on Crisis on Naboo, the 18th episode?
It was a good one.
Indeed so, yeah. All right, now we're up to the final arc of Season 4 of the Clone Wars. Because all 4 of them, they are connected, of course. Especially because on account that one of these characters being, being Asajj and all that of course. All right, so episodes 19, 20, 21, and 22. Yeah, episode 19 titled Massacre, episode 20, Bounty, episode 21, Brothers, and episode 22, Revenge. Okay, so now to read the description / the stories on the last 4 episodes. Episode 19. Asajj Ventress returns to Dathomir to become a true Night Sister, but then Count Dooku would order General Grievous to wipe out Mother Talzin and her entire clan of witches. Episode 20. Ventress would join a group of bounty hunters led by Boba Fett. Their mission is to deliver a box with unknown cargo to the leader of the planet Quarzite. I think that sounds about right. Episode 21, the search for his long-lost brother, Darth Maul, leads Savage Opress to the junk planet of Lotho Minor. And finally, episode 22, Mother Talzin restores Darth Maul's sanity and gives him a better pair of mechanical legs. Now Maul wants revenge on Obi-Wan Kenobi and would lure the Jedi to the remote planet of Raidania. think that's about right, but anyways. All right, and now, once again, turning over to you, Anchorman, because what are the first things you have to say about the final arc of the 4th season?
I love this arc, because we finally get the return of Dark Maul.
Oh, yes. Indeed so. But, yeah, besides Maul, anything else you have to say about the arc?
The massacre arc was brutal to watch.
Uh-huh.
With Ventress going up against Grievous and seeing all the Night Sisters get murdered.
Oh, yeah. And also with Ventress teaming up with the Bounty Hunters being led by Boba.
Yeah, that was pretty good, too.
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right, but now to break down the episodes themselves. Yep, starting, of course, with Massacre. So, with what's going on in the first episode of the final arc? Well, after a period of hiding following her betrayal by Savage, amidst her realization against Count Dooku, well, Ventress would return to the headquarters of the Night Sisters on Dathomir, and where Mother Talzin welcomes her back with open arms, and Talzin would recommend that Ventress should cast off her ambitions to become a Sith and fully reintegrate herself in the ranks of the Night Sisters. And Ventress would, of course, agree to do so, and yeah, by undergoing the initiation ritual, becoming a fully accepted member of the Order once again. However, Dooku has neither forgotten about nor taken the attempt of his life lightly, and he then would command General Grievous to proceed to Dathomir to eradicate the Night Sisters and the droid force's descent upon the initiation festivity in full force. And the Night Sisters, well, with them preparing for battle and the Night Sisters beginning to mount a counterattack under Ventress leadership. Yep. But as soon as Ventress would appear on the battlefield, Grievous would send out a group of defibrillator tanks, might be saying that right, to wipe out their opponents with one strike. Ventress would then manage to destroy the defibrillators and would fight her way right up to Grievous, challenging him to a single combat, which Grievous, he does agree to. And to see a lightsaber duel between Grievous and Ventress, that was awesome. Like, what say you on that, Anchorman?
It was brutal.
Mm-hmm. But awesome at the same time, right? To see them having a lightsaber duel.
It was good.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, coming back to Mother Talzin, she would call upon her Order's venerable elder by the name of Old Daka to allow the reviving of the past Night Sisters with their dark magic, thus creating an army of dead to repel the Separatists. Old Daka would cast forth her power, and yeah, the remains of the dead rise from the burial pods. Yeah, and by joining their living sisters, Talzin using a lock on Dooku's hair she had previously taken, and by stashed away in secret and using it to create a magical voodoo figurine likeness of Dooku, and with her conducting her magic through it and tormenting him to resisting his attack or else suffer an agonizing death. Jeez Louise, because between the zombie Night Sisters and with the voodoo figurine of Dooku and with what Mother Talzin was doing, holy crap, I tell ya, what's the truth, because just mind-blowing, but awesome at the same time. Like, what say you, coming back to you, Anchorman, because what say you with, like, say, the whole thing of the zombie Night Sisters and Dooku being tortured with a voodoo figurine of himself? Like, yeah, what say you?
It was crazy to see Dooku and torture him. The way he looks like he's ready to die.
Yeah, and with what's on his forehead, jeez Louise. Imagine being in his position. And anything from you, like, you know, like what you thought of the undead / zombie Night Sisters?
They look creepy.
Yeah, they totally did. You are not wrong, my guy. But yeah, and then in the lightsaber duel, because, like, back on point, Ventress, would get the better of Grievous, but, well, the cyborg himself would deviously order his droids to recommence the attack, yeah, and Grievous would then, is then about to kill her, but, yep, the army of the dead start attacking Grievous, wounded and with her sisters dying around her, yep. Ventress being forced to flee, and yep, summoned by Dooku, Grievous would track down the origin of Talzin and Daka's magic. And yeah, he first kills Daka, disrupting the resurrection magic, and without reinforcements, that the remnants of the Night Sisters, and are helplessly slaughtered by those droids. And without, before she can be executed by Grievous, Talzin, she turns into smoke and vanishes. Yep. And then the apprehension of Talzin later appears before Ventress and encourage her that while her destiny will always be linked with the Night Sisters, Ventress now has a new path to follow. And Talzin dissipates and, well, leaving Ventress to face with an uncertain future. Now Ventress, now being all by herself. Yep. And, with Mother Talzin and the various ways she works, just not going to be there a lot for her daughter. And with what, Mother Talzin specifically said to her at the end. Yeah, but that first episode of the first arc, that was amazing. Because, with what episode 19, Massacre, had to show us and to start off this final arc was amazing. It's brilliant, because where we have an episode that's centered on the Night Sisters and those a part of the Separatists, no Jedi appearing, like, man, that was awesome. And also, again, with the undead Night Sisters and Talzin torturing, Dooku, just, golly, it's just, wow. Anything else left you have to say on Massacre, Anchorman?
I think I'm good.
Okay, all right. And also, to acknowledge like the voice cast of most prominently, because whom was bringing the undead back to life, because old Daka, that was Kathleen Gaddy. And also Luce, one of the other Night Sisters, that was Jamie King. And Cara Pithko, she voiced one of the other Night Sisters too. And of course, Barbara Goodson, once again voicing Mother Talzin. Yep. Alright, now, on to episode 19, Bounty. Yep, because this is where we then next see Ventress, what she's doing now, and because she would come face to face and join forces with Boba and the group of bounty hunters that are being led by him. But alright, so, with what goes on in episode 20, Bounty. Well, with her past life lying in shambles at her feet, well, Ventress, would then aimlessly, with her just aimlessly drifting, finally it does come to a temporary halt when, because in a seedy spaceport tavern on Tatooine, and where she begins to drown her sorrows in alcohol, one of the patrons would make a pass at her, and when he does not take it kindly to her rebuffs, well, Ventress is forced to emphasize her point with her lightsaber, and upon this, well, she is then invited by two bounty hunters, which being Bosk and Latz Razi. And because, for a drink and a business proposition. And then, the fellow Ventress, having just killed Akkad, and was their hired partner for an assignment on Quarzit. And now that he is dead, well, the bounty hunters need a replacement, and thus, with wanting Ventress to take partition, and because they even threatened to deliver Ventress to the authorities unless she would take Akkad's place in the mission. And well, needing the money to get by anyway, Ventress does agree to participate. And then Ventress, then meeting the rest of their partners, Dengar, being in there. C21 Highsinger. Yeah, he was a cool looking droid. Yeah, that type of bounty hunter droid that we see. Besides, like, those type of droids that from, like, say, the IG droids. Yeah. And by the way, Dengar in this episode being voiced by Simon Pegg himself. Yeah, aka Montgomery Scott, and whom played What's-Face in Force Awakens, 1/4 portion. And amongst others, like, yeah, Simon Pegg's such a great talent. Yeah. And yeah, before Force Awakens, good for him to be a part of something Star Wars, and where he voices Dengar. We get to hear Dengar speak, finally. And yeah, because, like, Dengar, he saw Bosk, Ventress, and Lats Rousey pass by, and Dengar, asking Bosk, "Hey, Bosk, who's your girlfriend?" "Shut up, Dengar." That was great. Yeah, and what say you, Anchorman? Because with the appearances of Dengar and C21 Highsinger, yeah, like, what say you on them in general?
It was cool seeing Dengar. I think he's an underrated bounty hunter.
Yeah, I would concur with that. Yeah, and wasn't it cool to see where Simon Pegg got to voice Dengar?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Also, cannot forget to mention, Simon Pegg being the voice of Buck Wild from Ice Age. Indeed so. And I also asked you, Anchorman, because, like, if you can recall the other bounty hunter, C21 Highsinger, like, if you have any recollection of him, like, what say you about him in general?
Which droid is he?
You're probably gonna have to look. You're gonna have to look him up because, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to specifically describe. I know what he looks like, but just, like, yeah, a very intimidating droid, and the capabilities that this droid can do, just, like, yeah, very intimidating for sure. All right, but getting back on point, because yeah, Dengar and C21, because them being a part of Boba's group of bounty hunters. Well, yeah, because yeah, with us being introduced once again to Boba Fett, and with whom Ventress clashes with immediately about his youth and the reluctant lack of skill she perceived came with it. But nevertheless, the six of them would proceed to an orbital elevator station and above Cords to meet their employer by the name of Major Regasso. Yeah, and by receiving the details of their assignment, the six of them, they are commissioned to protect the contents of a large chest, which is to be delivered to Corda's despotic ruler, Otua Blank. Might be butchering the name some, but again, me sometimes. Yeah, and via the orbital station and a subtram, because, well, the planet's atmospheric pressure renders a more, well, conventional delivery by spaceship impossible. And yeah, so thus the chest being sought after by a band of raiders, which is why the bounty hunters were hired as additional protection. And with the details and the chest under their supervision, Rigosa and Boba's team embark on their journey. And soon after their departure, well, the raiders, they would board the train in mid-run and thus attack the escort. And in the following struggle, Risco and the Cordids guards, they are slain, and most of the bounty hunters, they are thrown off the train by one, and, well, leaving only Boba and Ventress to contend with the raiders and their leader. And while struggling with the leader, Boba would inadvertently tip the chest over and revealing its contents to be a young woman by the name of Pluma Sodi. And as it turns out, she is to be forcibly wed to Ota Blank. And, well, the raiders, leader is her brother, Crismo, if I said that right, and who has come to save her from this dire fate. And before the siblings can get away, Ventress would arrive on the scene and would use her abilities to subdue Crismo. But as the tram continues, its journey, Pluma would please her plight to Ventress. And her in treachery about the unfairness of being ripped from her home, seemingly, striking a chord with Ventress. And thus, yeah, she and Boba would begin to argue yet again about their past, and the mission, and, their share of bounty, and tempers quickly flare, and, well, Ventress would end up force-choking Boba. Yeah. Then the tram arriving at its final destination, and where Blank is eagerly awaiting his prize, Ventress delivering the chest, and by collecting the bounty before departing. But as Blank opens the chest, his eyes are met with the sight, not his bride-to-be, but bound gag, very angry Boba Fett, yep. And while the tram makes its journey back to the elevator station, yep, because Ventress would release Pluma into Crismo's care. Good, yeah, this was a good moment for Ventress. Like, just the beginning of that there is somewhat bit of goodness to come somewhere from Ventress. Inside, yeah. Yeah, and after charging an additional fee for her safe return, and before she would regroup with the other bounty hunters at their ship, she would deliver the bounty in full, and after a subtraction of her own agreed share, then parts company with the bounty hunters, yep. But with more mellow dissipation in her life and stronger confidence in what the future may yet hold for her. And oh boy, because what we would see come for her next, and even when, say, there was another canceled arc that would center on her, and also, Quinlan Voss also was going to be there too. They would have been lovebirds, just, oh well. But, yeah, just overall. The next episode, and the second episode in the final arc of Season 4, Bounty, that was another pretty good episode. And yeah, because to see what happens to Ventress next after the fall of the Night Sisters, now she's, following in the roots of being a bounty hunter and having worked alongside with a couple of bounty hunters led by Boba. That was awesome. Yeah. This was a pretty good episode where, we have another episode that does center on a group of bounty hunters and where Ventress has become one of her own. Yeah. And coming back to you, Anchorman, because anything else you have left to say on episode 20, Bounty?
It was a good heist episode.
Indeed so. Absolutely. All right. Two more episodes left. Now we come to the second to last episode, and also this being the second to last episode of Season 4. Yep. Also, the other cast members to acknowledge in the Bounty episode, because, Daniel Logan, once again having reprised the role of Boba. Latz Rodzi being voiced by Claire Grant. Pluma Sadi being voiced by... Yeah, I've seen her before. It's her. Yeah, the voice of Barris Oft. Yeah, Meredith Selener. Yeah, for sure. And a few others, and even like say Dave Filoni voicing Embo, because Embo gets a cameo at the cantina, which it's the same cantina that we see in A New Hope, by the way. All right, but moving on now to episode 21. Brothers. Yep, because where we, after quite a while, where we last saw Savage Opress, now on the search for his long-lost brother, well, we see him once again, because, where this episode starts off, Opress, him still on the quest for his long-lost brother, which, of course, being Darth Maul. And, well, with him having been sent by Talzin, but with each day he would become stronger and more uncontrollable. And as a result, well, Dooku would inform Grievous of Savage's growing power, and while Ventress and Skywalker also sense something is amiss, and, concerning both of their respective companions, Latz Razi and Ahsoka Tano, we would cut to each of them. Well, meanwhile, Opress is on the run from authorities after an altercation at a local diner on Stobar, and he would find faint clues about Maul's whereabouts in the dust clinging to an estrament of cargo. And yeah, because filled with cargo crates, and after tracing their origin back to a freighter which had recently visited Lotho Minor, yeah, he would force the captain of that ship to take him to that planet. Then Skywalker, meanwhile, along with Ahsoka, would visit the same diner, and shortly after the altercation, after Savage, fled the scene, and resulting in a standoff where the diner's owner, Lubo, tried to defend the diner with a frying pan. Yeah. And then before the misunderstanding was cleared up, because one of the authority droids pointing out to the chef, put that down, because, pointing that at a Jedi is, has a point. Well, and once they would, because, with Anakin just sensing, again, something's going on, and with sharing this to Ahsoka, well, coming back to Opress, because once they would arrive, and Opress having, pinpointed Maul's location in the local Junklands, well, he would casually ditch the captain for flying past the location where Opress's pendant glowed, and by proceeding to search for his brother, and the amulet Mother Tausen has given him to track Maul would soon fail, but a resident Anacondan named Morley would offer his guidance, dodging the place's ingenious hazards, which being the refuse incinerator droids, which being a band of hostile junkers and a duelage of acid rain. And then they would arrive at a lodge where Opress amulet does flare back to life, and indicating that Maul is nearby. He's getting very close. "Is that you, brother?" as Savage says. But as this very moment, Morley flat out betrays Savage, plunging him down a chute into the Junkland's underworld, and where his master would deal with Opress. And down in the tunnels beneath the junk, Opress is stalked and attacked by a spider-like creature, and who is eventually revealed none other than Maul. Yes, but with what's happened with Maul by this point, him being just emaciated and deranged, and transformed into his centuried half-spider cyborg, and Morley taking his inopportune moment to reappear, asking for leftovers, and under Opress, just tied grip reveals that while he did exploit Maul for his own gain, it was not him who had turned him into a cyborg or left him in his current insane state. And before, he is choked to death, well, Opress would talk to him, and Maul would tell him, in between his mad ravings, about how he was reduced to his pitiful state. And that he seeks revenge on the Jedi, especially the one who did this to him. However, Opress, quest and the menace it presents has not gone unnoticed by the strongest Force wielders in the galaxy. And Yoda has no choice but to reveal to Kenobi that an old enemy has come back from the dead to haunt him once more. And also Morley, that anaconda-like creature in Star Wars. He was very interesting. The personality he has, and, well, so much for him, because with him being crushed by Opress, then being thrown into a fire, just, jeez Louise. Well, he had it coming in the end, that's for sure. And Maul's first appearance with those spider-like legs, holy crap, that was just awesome. And even his horns, they grew and such, and his face, his body, the coloring, just, oh my gosh, man. Him just going ballistic later on after the events of Phantom Menace, I tell you. And coming back to you, Anchorman, because what did you think? Because, when we first see Maul, how he looks, and he's completely gone mad and all that, what say you?
It was crazy the way he looked. The horns, the spider legs, it just looked insane.
Absolutely. And anything you have to say on the anaconda alien creature, Morley, if you can recall him?
He was a backstabber, but eventually led to his karma.
No kidding. No duh. That's for sure. Yeah. But, and do you have anything else to say about, yeah, because to round off Brothers, like, yeah, because what say you? Like, any final thoughts on Brothers?
It was crazy to see Darth Maul return.
Absolutely. And I do recall, I remember this, and if you would too, Anchorman, and for any of you too, because when Season 4 was on the air, at the time we did get a special little teaser, the hint and mentioning that Maul was to return. Our first quick flashing glimpse of Darth Maul, oh yeah, that was awesome. And yeah, at the start of it, we got a few clips of the Phantom Menace and on account of Maul, but yeah. Man, that was quite something at that time where, you know, Clone Wars, it brought back Maul, and what would come next for Darth Maul from there on after his return in Clone Wars? I tell you, just, man, it did not disappoint. And Sam Witwer, him being the new official voice of Darth Maul, well, Sam Witwer, this is Sam Witwer we're talking about. He did not disappoint when he became the new voice of Darth Maul. From there on, what he would bring to Darth Maul, perfection. All the above. And what say you, Anchorman, on Sam Witwer voicing Maul?
He's easily the best Darth Maul voice.
Absolutely. And no hard feelings on the original voice of Maul from The Phantom Menace. No, he did very great. He did very well. But yeah. But when it came to Sam Witwer being the new official voice, oh yeah. He did excellent, without a doubt. But yeah. Yeah, just overall, the second to last episode, episode 21, Brothers, that was an excellent episode. Our first taste of Maul having made his triumphant return. But what would come next for him in the last episode? Oh, yes. All right, and here we go, guys. Episode 22, the last episode of the last arc of all of Season 4. Revenge. Yep. So, with what happens in Revenge? Well, reunited, Maul and Opress, they would travel back to Dathomir, and where the brothers are led by Mother Talzin to her village, and where she would remove Maul's spider-like cybernetics, and by using magics to create new cybernetic legs, as well as restoring Maul's sanity. And once back to full health and reborn, well, Maul resonates about having survived his dark path, of being discarded, forgotten, and lost altogether. And, you know, with only his hatred keeping his spirit intact, and as Maul felt the Force was out of balance, he would learn from Savage that there is an ongoing conflict, the Clone Wars, and realizing the Clone Wars began without him, Maul felt that he was robbed by his destiny of being, well, more than a Sith apprentice to the most powerful being in the galaxy. And although Savage believes Maul can begin again, well, the two brothers would agree to wreak Maul's revenge on the Jedi who reduced him to his state, which of course being Kenobi. And yeah, that's a nice detail there, where we learn that Maul knew ahead of time that, yeah, Darth Sidious was planning this, the whole thing of the Clone Wars all together, Order 66, etc. Nice. And then, of course, what would come next in, say, Season 7. Yeah, where, yeah, because Maul having known about this and when mentioning this to Ahsoka, but until we get to Season 7. Well, back on point. To bring him to them, Kenobi, that is, yeah, well, Maul and Opress, they would first travel to a village on the planet Raydania, if I'm saying that right, and where they would slaughter the inhabitants and would send a hologram message to the Jedi Temple, challenging Kenobi to come to them. And despite Mace Windu's suggestion to send in a Jedi task force, well, Kenobi would decide that he must go alone to rectify his mistake. But as Windu, well, he expressed his concerns about this undertaking, Yoda does cryptically state that, you know, Kenobi will not be alone in his endeavor. Yoda knows something that Kenobi doesn't know yet, and nor do as us, the audience. Yeah, and as he would speak as well in a certain place on Tatooine, yeah, Asajj Ventress, because with learning of a reward placed on the head of Savage, yep, she would go off after him, of course. Then Obi-Wan, having traveled to the Radionian village, and being quickly taken down by Maul and Opress, and who take him aboard their hijacked freighter. And that was really awesome to see Kenobi and Maul reunite. Oh, man, and their first interactions after such a long time, brilliant. Yeah. Well, with them taking him aboard their hijacked freighter and, yeah, being tortured to death, well, just before they would take off, Ventress, having landed on the planet and finding their ship and hitching a ride and appearing before the two brothers, her taunting them, saying that Savage is still an animal, making them abandon an unconscious Obi-Wan and to search for her. Yeah, Ventress returning to Obi-Wan's aid, waking him up and lending him one of her lightsabers for his defense when Maul and Opress return. A very rare moment that we see right here, that Obi-Wan and Ventress, they do temporarily team up. They have to in the situation that they're in. Yeah, so leading them to one of their, lightsaber duels and, for his defense, and when Maul and Opress return, just with them teaming up again. And in order to fight the brothers, but they would find themselves outmatched and just to barely escape by jetining, the ship's cockpit. And, well, leaving Maul and Opress adrift, and, well, despite this setback, Maul is satisfied that the Jedi will yet come after him once more, and that he will get his revenge after all. And that final shot, because, the close-up of Maul's eyes, and boom, that's it, the final episode of Season 4. Wow, just I tell ya. And coming back to you, Anchorman, because, anything else you've got to say with what goes on in the final episode, Revenge?
This episode was easily the best finale, one of the best. We see Obi-Wan versus Maul, Savage, Ventress, and it was really good seeing Maul get his legs, and they used the concept from the Old Wounds comic to do Maul.
Absolutely. I'm also thinking of this. I love that moment where Maul just lets out a shout, he roars. That was an epic moment right there from him. And most prominently because Sam Witwer delivering that into Maul, especially with the whole Kenobi! That was epic. And also, fun fact to mention, because this and Brothers, the last episode, because you notice that when the Clone Wars logo shows that when the episode starts, it's actually red. Yeah, because by Season 5, it would start to do that at times. Sometimes it would be blue or red or the regular color yellow, so, yeah. But, overall, the final episode of Season 4, Revenge, that was an excellent episode. And, that's our 4th season. Season 4 of Star Wars The Clone Wars. It was another excellent season with what the 4th season had to offer with these next batch of episodes, where the show is up to now. It was great. With all the various arcs from the underwater battle, with the return of Maul, the bounty hunters, the whole thing of the Tokorotas as slaves, the standalone episodes, like the one with Ahsoka and Lux, the ones that center on R2 and 3PO, the arc with General Krell and the Clone Troopers, everything that Season 4 had to offer did not disappoint. And definitely, again, from Season 3, from there on, Clone Wars found its audience, and it really made a big name of itself, the impact it was leaving off, I tell ya. And and again, with each of these episodes, and especially the biggest thing to come from Season 4, the return of Maul, because who'd have thought at the time we would expect that to happen at the very end of Season 4? That's for sure. Need I go on still by this point? Jeez. Just overall, I had a good time with Season 4. It was another excellent episode of The Clone Wars, all the above. And now, turning over to you, Anchorman, your final thoughts and words on Season 4 of Clone Wars.
It was a great season. The return of Darth Maul and the Mon Cala arc was really good, and there was just a lot of good stuff that go on throughout this show. That the show was definitely at its peak for sure.
Yeah, that's another word I was looking for too, at its peak. Yeah, thank you. Anything else you have to say, or you be good?
I think I'm good.
All right, I'd say so, definitely. Yeah. Yep, so you've heard what me and Anchorman have had to say, our final thoughts and words on Season 4. Another excellent episode, and as you said, Anchorman, it was at its peak. And with what I said, just, yeah. And how many stars and how we rate Season 4? We'll start with you, Anchorman. What say you?
I guess a 10.
Yeah, and the same goes for me. Both me and Anchorman. We give Season 4 of Star Wars The Clone Wars 10 out of 10 stars. And what about you guys? What did you think of Season 4 of Star Wars The Clone Wars itself? What did you found most amazing from Season 4? When, for those of you, like, you were watching Clone Wars, and yeah, when it came to Season 4, just amazed and mind-blown with what the 4th season had to offer, from its arcs, from underwater, the slaveries and all that, the return of Maul, General Krell and the clones, the standalone episodes, like, yeah, just amazing, and yeah, which of these episodes are your favorites? Your favorites to come from these arcs. Also, yeah, the bounty hunters, that too. Could not forget to acknowledge that. Yeah, just end of Season 4 is one of your top favorite seasons of Star Wars The Clone Wars. Yeah, and with what all me and Anchorman have had to say, just like, yeah, again, overall, need we go on still? What did you think of Season 4 of Star Wars The Clone Wars itself, with what me and Anchorman, we both have had to say about it, our review, and yeah, what did you think of our review of Season 4 of The Clone Wars? Leave comments, and give this review video a like, as always. And so, guys, with all that being said, thank you very much for watching. We hope you guys enjoyed our review of Season 4 of Star Wars The Clone Wars. Show my shirt. More review videos are coming your way. They're going to be awesome. Keep looking forward, and we will see you guys in the next video / review. And Anchorman, once again, it was a great pleasure to have you join in and continuing reviewing Clone Wars, and until we review the next and last 3 seasons.
Thank you for having me.
Anytime, my bro. Anytime. And yep, all that's left to say is, like, yeah, any final words from you? Say goodbye and all?
Goodbye.
He says that for me. Again, from me, thank you again very much for watching. Take care, and until we get to the last 3 remaining seasons of the Clone Wars, yep, just, yeah, again, take care, peace out, and may the Force be with you.
Always.